It was right there! Artemis! The first redeem was available, and you did nothing! The absolute disrespect. Ooh, nice catch there, Sky. Good morning to you too. Welcome, welcome. Do I need to post anywhere else? No, not really. There we go. That's okay. Can't ruin Tanmux's run. That would be rude. I don't have any, like, you know, streaks with, like, the first redeem. It just keeps count of, like, how often you actually do first. So 10 Mux hasn't done it, like, 35 times in a row. Oh, 10 Mux has just done it 35 times in total. So I'm clever, but I'm not that clever with the coding and such like that, okay? I am a dumb himbo Zeebs where like nothing has changed in this stream environment for a good little while. The format has changed and what have you. All right, hang on. All right, so close that. Ding dong. Ding ding. Cool. As far as I'm concerned, yes, because you've been first for a lot of streams, so I shall dub thee first in streak. Yeah. Oh, goodness. Oh, that's not good. All right. Excuse me. All right. You know what? You know what I need? I need some caffeine real quick. Hello, everyone. Happy Sunday. You're far from a dumb himbo. You can't let people know how smart I am in actuality, okay? It's gonna ruin the himbo image. It's gonna ruin the himbo image if they know. It's all... There's things I need to... There's things I need to keep consistent. But yeah, happy Sunday for everyone. Well, actually, Sunday for the Australians. It's still Saturday for a lot of the Americans and what have you. I did not have good sleep. I will be real with you and such like that. So, because, you know, I didn't get done with my, like, my streaming till, like, you know, 11 o'clock. And I didn't go to sleep, like, immediately afterwards. I, you know, kept, whatsamahoozies alive for a little... I kept myself live and present for Unnamed and such like that for their Howl and Cackle Steam train. So there is a there is right now a Steam train going off for Minecraft and what have you. I have since done my part for it. Rated into Unnamed Gene, who has since rated it to Roxy, then Clarkson, and I believe, if the schedule is correct, at 8 o'clock, it should be going to Jenna the Giant as well right now. So it's going through the rounds and what have you. Best of luck to Jenna the Giant, because I believe she right now is playing she's playing Minecraft, but like all the peeps that have been going through Minecraft after I've gone through it are going through like a modded Minecraft. My throat is, but I drew booba. Excellent. It's on it. Good work, Capricious. You're killing your throat in the names of booba. Good for you. I did sleep. Was within minutes. I was dead after big day yesterday. Yes, big day. It was a big day. Okay, so where is my brain at? I need to move some windows around. Actually, I need to go into my into my Zebra streaming room. And then minimize this. And then I don't want to full screen this. I'm going to preview the window. And then I'm going to resize it to what I think is 1080p. Should be about yay big, I believe. Cool, awesome. And then sharing my screen just in case. There's Capricious. She alive. And she don't have a Monster Honster avatar. Like,
oh, I do not.
Yeah. Like,
I've got, let me.
So, for those of you that do not know, Capricious is a or Cap is an amazing artist. They are responsible for some of the PNG tubers I was using for Devil May Cry, which was really good. Did you do any other stuff?
I did this one.
Yeah. So they've done Raiden, which I think is like from Metal Gear Solid Revengeance or whatever, or Metal Gear Rising Revengeance or whatever the fuck.
I also did this one.
This one was funny. Like it's
Scum.
Scum. I love how you even had like the Scum sound file play when you entered in, which was kind of funny.
Yeah, I don't have Nitro anymore, so I can't play the fucking track.
Damn. Sorry to hear that.
But luckily I can do the Scum pretty good.
So yeah, so that one is Virgil, which I'll be real with you, it like I remember seeing like memes about Virgil in the lawn chair and such, and then learning it's like, oh yeah, the lawn chair is not canon. And then lo and behold, I learned this. I go through the game for the first time and I completely forgot about the meme again. So when I go and get through Devil May Cry 5 and I see him in like the weird spindly like thing, I'm like, I thought it wasn't like a tall thingy. I honestly thought it was like a lawn chair again.
I should have came to your house, hacked into your computer, installed the fucking mod trainer, and put just the single mod on there.
Yeah, if I ever do like dual PC setups or something like that, and I'd be like, oh yeah, my moderators are able to get into my PC for any like quick troubleshooting nonsense and such, I can definitely imagine you like if like I go through like Resident Evil 4 or something like that, or no, Resident Evil 5, and then I'm just going through it and I'm just like, what is going on here? Did you put mods in it? And then it just pans over to Chris Redfield in the Halo armor.
I thought you were gonna say Resident Evil 4, and it's just Leon in a crop jacket with a fucking whorish fucking like tramp stamp.
Oh my god. Isn't that like actual like Resident Evil 4 though? Like you do like challenges and such, and like when you have those things on, it gives you like unlimited like blade sharpness or unlimited bullets or something like that?
I don't think he gets a tramp stamp from the challenges there.
Oh, okay. So people just modded that part then.
Yeah. I also got if you don't remember.
Oh yeah, so that one there.
3 days old.
Yeah, so because you've done quite a few cool ones and such like that. So are you a Monster Honster? I'm trying to remember.
I haven't played Monster Honster, but I am drawing Monster Booty.
Monster Booty. Fantastic. Is it my GF's monstrous booty?
No.
Damn it. I don't know why that entered my mouth, my brain, and escaped my mouth before I did any kind of filtering.
No, but it's based though. It's based for you to say that.
It's based.
Oh, I have good news.
Oh,
this is good news.
Good news. You can finally be EB.
Good news. No more bugs on Iggy. He's got no bugs.
Oh, Iggy the cat. Yeah. Good. Congrats.
He's got no more fleas. I'm very happy.
That's really good stuff. Honestly, good for them.
Yeah.
All right.
This isn't our world, but we could.
I gotta swap like HDMI inputs on this screen and what have you. Let's see. Will this break it? No, it doesn't. Thank Christ. Also, it is really fucking loud. Jesus Christ. Oh, there's an encoder overload. Consider tuning down video setting. It's because of the... Hang on, I need to change the stream quality from 1080p to 720p or something like that. Excuse me. Hopefully it's not. Is it too loud for you?
I do not have it on.
Alright, is there a way for me to do picture?
Plus, I can just turn it
not
down.
really.
Also, I'll just watch through your stream while I draw.
Swapping back over to display input. And then lowering this volume to like -9 decibels. Actually, with this one, I will also lower it to -9.
Si on mettait haut pour
Yeah, so I can have like a more live feed of like my HDMI capture because like the HDMI capture thing I have is like a
Live.
PCIe like device, so it's like plugged into the PC and all that kind of nonsense, and it can do like, you know, the whole, you know, grab a signal and send it through to like an external monitor, so there's like no input lag or anything like that ideally. So all this you know, Nintendo DS upscaled into Switch and then finally piping into my PC does like no problematic shit.
I was about to say, I remember this from the Nintendo 3DS. It
Yeah.
didn't look this green.
It didn't look that green? Really?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
At least from my memory. Maybe
Oh,
it's a
shit.
different area. I did not play a lot of Monster Hunter as a kid. I played like one hunt and I was like, man, fuck
Oh,
this.
this feels... Do I need to get like a... I might need a USB cable going from the back of the Nintendo Switch into the controller, because it does not feel like the normal responsiveness. Although that could just be...
Could be that classic Monster Hunter input lag.
Classic Monster Hunter. Hang on. Oh, shit. Let me just have a look at controllers. Oh my god. Yeah, like it... Like, it's doing a thing where it just be like... So...
You gonna get Tomodachi Life when it comes out?
The what life?
Tomodachi Life.
Alright. I need you to entertain chat for a real quick minute while I try and find the super long USB-C cable I have normally for... Like, normally for the Nintendo Switch. I'm gonna do a little dance for everyone while I find this cable real quick. Actually, advertisement. That's the clever thing to do. Advertisement. Hopefully the advertisement button works. Yes, the advertisement button worked. Alright, so, I don't know if you guys see this, but that's just Eddie Burbank, isn't it? He just looks like Eddie fucking Burbank to me. For those of you that came in that do not understand why I am so excited that I was able to go through this stealthily, it's because I went and ran a prediction. And I asked, will Zeebs be stealthy? And 4 people... Never a dull moment for stream. There's always going to be jank somewhere. Said, nah, Zeebs will not be stealthy. No one thought I would be stealthy. The absolute fucking audacity. But lo and behold, thanks to a silenced pistol, I did go through this stealthily. So, Drag you over
Eat
here.
shit, viewers.
Alright, you're just long enough.
In me.
Congrats to the 0 people that voted yes. Congrats to the 0 people. Congrats to no one but me. I did it. I did the stealth.
You hear that, guys? He said it was long enough.
I guess, alright.
Why do you say that like that? Alright. We'll see how the, Also, I need to pause the, YouTube music as well, because we're now in the, because this game has its own music! Okay, no, the controller feels about the exact fucking same with my cable plugged in. So maybe it is just the controller being a bit of a dick. Well, I'm gonna use it for charging. Nah, it's not the capture. Because, like, you think you're gonna need to put a thimble on, otherwise I'm gonna keep stabbing myself with the needle whilst I create shenanigans. Please do not... Please don't prick your thumb. Alright, so... Yeah, it does, like... Oop. It does this shit. Wait a minute! Is there, like, a way for me to get this controller to, like... I didn't... Okay, maybe Maybe let's not, like, do the... Oh, so I can see, like, little dead skins on the back of my controller. Yeah. Okay, maybe not that controller. Let's just stick to... Alright. So... Now I'm fairly sure I need to go through more of these, like, dunes and such like that. Mount and topple a monster twice. So I gotta deal with the land shark. And let me just get a quick meal.
Okay, was your girlfriend okay with that? You mount monsters?
She should be fine with that. It's Monster Honster. Like, I've tried getting friends into Monster Hunter, honestly, like with the modern Monster Hunter stuff. All right, so we got the Ardent Crockpot, which I don't... There, like this stuff here. All right, oop. Hang on, I'm just gonna do a little...
You too, huh?
Just... Alright, the Laranoth salami roll with... Oh. Like, I will do like a singular press on the D-pad, and then all of a sudden it'll just be like, boom. So it's doing like weird double-clicky nonsense. Granted, this isn't even like the Pro controller for the Switch 2. This is still like the Switch 1's Pro controller from like, you know, years back. So the fact that I've gotten a little bit of like use out of this fella, like, you know, good going. Good going, Nintendo. You've lasted about as long, about a little bit longer than an Xbox controller, and your controller feels, I want to say flimsier, but, or like, I don't feel stressed about a child holding this controller, basically. Heals gauge faster when attacking a monster mounted by another player. Halves the duration of defense and moves it down. I'm gonna make it so that it's easier to stun monsters, because I'm a hammer user, and that's my whole bread and butter. Dun, dun.
No, it's not you are a hammer user. Weed.
Weed. Who's weed? Are you? Oh yeah, you're a hammer user as well, aren't you?
I like hate.
Alright, so current item set, we'll go with the one with the whetstone. Alright. Yeah. My wagon just got marooned into dunes! Now I haven't seen anything fishy out there. Oh, can't read all of that.
There's only one weapon I would substitute hammer for, and that is dual blades.
Ooh,
I either want to go supremely fast or supremely hard.
And a quick flex, because apparently that's what we do. Oh shit, I need to drink that. There we go. Now comes the fun bit of, like, looking for the fucking monster. Ow! Motherfucker.
I feel like looking for monster always feels like a fucking Scooby-Doo episode.
The the scout flies from World made it like a lot easier, I will be real with you. But like I feel like Wilds is an overcorrection.
Yeah.
Because like in Wilds, it's like, nope, you know exactly where the monster is and stuff like that. There's no like unknownness to the monster as well.
No, I'm saying that because like I like the Scooby-Doo shenanigans of like searching.
Oh, here he is. Cephadrome. He's kind of like the other like weird sand monsters we were fighting, but this one's bigger.
He looks like you know the Pokemon evolution of Dreepy?
The what Pokemon?
Hello.
Ooh, can I climb up this thing? Is that the... Ooh, hi there, Goldie. Welcome,
He looks
welcome.
like Dragapult.
Oh, it's not gonna get closer? Fine. Oh, damn, it does a big hip check. It's like Diablos all over again. Fuck. Nope. Fuck you. I am not gonna deal with you. Absolutely whiffed that. He's too tall. Ow. His mere feet is an... Oh, shit. Okay. I didn't know he could do that. Also, I got rid of, like, the mounting, the jump thing I had. Let's not... Actually, I wonder if that's why they gave me the, easy Sonic Bomb. Is so then that way, like, when it... Alright. Oh, no need. Nope! Fuck, I wasted it. Oh, cool, you get more than one. Nice. Yeah, trying to figure out new monsters is always like a trial and a half. Oh, I probably should have also, paintball! There we go. That way, you know, when it runs away and such like that, I'm not, like, you know, confused as to where it's going. Yeah! Hell yeah! Although it would be great if I didn't miss my entire combo. Hi there, Mio! Oh, god damn you.
I feel like beefing your combo
I am beefing my
with
combos.
Hammer is the most hellish experience.
From what
I
I've
know it
been,
too well.
from what I've experienced, Hammer, like, you can very easily beef the combo because it's such a short range.
It's short range and, like, it's very single target.
Yeah. And then it does shit like that, where it's like, oh, it doesn't even let me do my combo. Ow. Fuck off.
Thank God the aerial.
Hi there, James. Welcome, welcome. Classic Monster Hunter. Oh! Shit. Roll out of the way.
Okay.
Oh, you know who Jane Pip is?
Overdose. Biding your time to strike. Surely, poison face in the mirror. I see you have not seen the TikToks I've been sending you.
Not recently. I will. I'm one of those weird TikTokers where I just. Oh, that's the wrong button.
Guys, he's laughing during that TikTok, friend.
Oh shit. There. Oh, there he is. I was like, where did he go? There he is. This real quick. Thank you. Also, how long is that pit gonna be there? Your phone just glitched out. What's up? Just saying. I was just saying hi.
That was referencing a song that's pretty popular in the Jujutsu Kaisen community right now.
Goodness gracious. Okay. Playing through fucking classic Monster Hunter, once again, I am reminded of just how slow everything feels. So, I might need to go for a different weapon at some point. Like, if I'm not feeling, like, rangeful. Oop. There we go. Why? Okay, why wouldn't it let me, like, continue the comboing? Like, what the hell? Where is... Ow. Ow. Monster Honster. Hi there, degenerate. Nope. Wrong button. There we go. Oh, there's the big one.
And died.
I couldn't get out of my little... There we go. Alright, got a good hit there. And with that one, real bad. Oh, the big one's back in his, like, big... Oh my gosh. Yeah. Hammer is hammer. I just don't have a lot of experience with all the other weapons, so it's like it would be a learning curve and a half trying to like know how to play them, and they wouldn't be a transferable skill in the Monster Hunter, or in the modern Monster Hunter, I should say. Alright, let's see. Also, Sinkhole is still there, which is a little annoying. I would have preferred it to have, like, gone away at some point. How is it that they're able to have a sinkhole just stay there for extra long amount of time, but they can't keep a corpse on the screen for more than a minute? There we go. Cookie for Fizz Tiger! Here's your cookie. You got your cookie. I am trying to get through... Like, this isn't even high rank. I am having... Like, I am having a learning curve moment in low rank. Oop. Almost.
Imagine the Japanese salaryman playing that shit on a 3DS.
This is not a train ride kind of game. You're gaslight. This is not a train ride sort of game. This is a
not
putting
for the,
30 minutes into the day.
Not for the weak-minded white man.
Not for the weak-minded white man. What? And I'm weak? I'm the weak-minded white man in this scenario?
Compared to Japanese salarymen playing this shit at like fuck early in the morning.
Oh gosh.
On their 3DS, on the crowded adventure, going into Tokyo.
Man, isn't that the dream, living in Japan? Although, to be real, like, if I did live in Japan, the salary would probably be absolutely abysmal. Or abysmal. There we go. Damn it.
I love Japan, respectfully. I ain't trying to live there at all.
Yeah, understood. Oh my. Okay, it should not feel that. Also, where the... There we go. Maybe there is something weird with this controller? Because, like, some, like, button presses are not... Yeah, like, this doesn't... That didn't feel like Monster Hunter clunky. That felt like my controller didn't register clunky. That was some sixth sensing right there. And I don't have any more bombs to like... I wasn't even using the bombs correctly.
That wedding was quite a night the other night.
You went to a wedding? Oh, nice, nice. What's the catering like?
Ended.
Oh, no, I'm sorry to hear. Yeah, like right there, it's like it didn't let me do my combo. This here lets me do the combo, but it's like I'm fully drifting that. Hey, nice. Okay, I have no idea what I'm doing wrong then.
Unfortunately for me, though, I have a very high standard of wedding. Because the first wedding I went to in my adult life was a Lebanese wedding.
Okay.
Did you see it?
So it was high octane all the way through. That drummer boy never let off that drum. My God.
I'm guessing Lebanese weddings are like a real like hoot.
Yeah.
Also, it didn't catch on to my ABS.
And of course,
Ah!
as usual, both weddings had
The bush dance?
that bush.
I know what the nut bush is, but why is that at a wedding? The nut bush is that's a camping dance. Scouts and what have you.
Have you not been to an Australian wedding?
I have been to an Australian wedding. I don't remember the nut bush. I've been to my mother's and my sister's.
Don't remember the nut bush?
I remember the nut
Insane.
bush, but they didn't do the nut bush. Oh my... Just let me do
What
this.
ass wedding did you go to?
Like I said, my mother and my sister's. Two separate weddings, I should...
Thank you for backing me up here, Artemis.
Nut bush should be at every wedding. Oh my god, where the... Did the paintball, like, rub off? Oh, shit. I have been fucking around with this monster for so long, the paintball rubbed off. Shit. I am having a hard time and a half with this thing.
I can definitely tell your family is American.
Didn't do the nut bush.
Exactly.
My sister married an Australian, and they didn't do the nut bush.
They held him back.
They held him back. Nah, this man is pulling my sister into more Australianisms. Like, my sister did not have a sports team, and now they go for, like, I think it's the Rabbitohs or something like that.
Oh, she's
No, she's living in Brisbane and what have you. She's living in Queensland, but the husband was like a New South Waleser, and come on, controller, do the combos.
I think the term is New South Welsh.
New South Welsh. Yeah, this controller is not letting me do my combos. It is honestly having a hard time like button pressing and such like that. I need to look for another controller in my ow.
A meadow quest.
Ow. Yeah, like pressing the buttons, it's like I'm like hard pressing them trying to get them registered and such. Like, it's insane. Alright, I'm gonna have to survive this hunt as best as I can, but when I'm out of it, I am once again gonna have to go through my drawer of many things and try and get the this fucking try and get this controller replaced, because yeah, there were buttons I was pressing that were not getting registered. Also, why is my PC struggling to do this? Oh shit.
The ISP realized that you didn't have the nut bush. You didn't know the nut bush, so
it's a encoding lag, so it's on the hard drive of all. It's not the hard drive. Sorry, it's on the graphics card of all things.
But I malware to your graphics card.
You sent malware to my graphics card because of the fucking lack of nut bush.
No, it was the ISP. The ISPs are required by law to do that.
Yeah, right there. Like, it didn't catch. Like, I am button mashing like the X button and such like that, and it doesn't catch on that it's like, you know, being button mashed and shit. I might honestly be playing with a dying controller right now. Oh, what? Sunny Gator requested a... What? Hang on. Also, I just realized my fella is exhausted, and... Do I have a hot drink? I do not have a cold drink. Okay, this is a problem. Also, why did Sunny request a collab together? Hang on. Ding. Oh, never mind. Yep. This controller, I am getting so many misinputs though. Like, so many times I'm pressing a button and the button ain't doing nothing. Like, the only reliable, like, buttons on this are the triggers right now. It's a misinput. You calm the fuck down.
You calm the fuck down.
Yeah, like, look at... Like, Alright, thank you for the sharpness getting back to maximum. Go. Yeah, right here, like, I'm button mashing, and it's not registering the fucking... Yep. This is gonna be a painful, like, I'm fighting against not the controls of the Monster Hunter, but the controller controls. Come on. Yeah, like, all that. No button. Oh, gosh, darn you. Boy.
This is your fault. You should have requested an upload.
I do not need to do that. But the good news is that the monster is... The monster is exhausted. So, you know, I'm gonna be able
to... What he had that was really good.
Oh my god, how the fuck did it get there so quickly? Are you kidding me? Jesus. It just swam from zone 7 straight to zone 3 of all things.
It just swouse.
It just swoused. Also, I am nearly dead from the heat because I used up all my cold potions. Yep, the left trigger also is not having a fun time. So...
I'm surprised this server doesn't have a swouse.
Why? There's no need for a swouse.
Swouse is good though.
I suppose, but swouse is old.
Swouse isn't old, it's classic, it's antique.
Hopefully, there's more cold potions in the supply crate. No, there
It's like
isn't. That's a problem.
It's like thrift fits.
Oh, hell yeah. Thank Christ, old man.
I'm old.
There we go. Heat endurance increased. Excellent. We don't have to worry about fucking, like...
All rations. Great.
Hi there, Blue. I'm fighting not the Monster Hunter controls on my controller, but I'm fighting the controls on my controller. It's slowly dying, so I've been, like, not having any of my combos, like, actually going off when I press the attack button. Like that.
Are you dying to the physical limitations of your controller?
I am dying to the physical limitations of my controller, not registering the fact that I'm button mashing the X button.
Fun.
So yeah, so it's like, my DPS is so much lower because of the fact that it's like, sometimes the hammer just will not do its combo. The only reliable button is like the right trigger, and even then, it will not do it correctly. So I'm gonna have to like scrounge through for like one of the aftermarket controllers I got for like, you know, races and stuff like that, where it's not even an official. Oh shit, I am nearly dead. Holy shit. Where's my potion? Drink!
Like there's some people out there that can
No!
fix your controller.
True, but it's a Nintendo Switch 1 Pro controller, and this guy just had me lose out all of my sake.
Oh, you're using the Switch 1? I went up to Switch 2 Pro controller.
Yeah, but not all of us are like, you know, Mr. Moneybags over here.
I'm not
There we go.
Mr. Moneyback. Dude, you earn more money than me.
Ah! Just press X! Game! I am clicking the attack button! Ah, shit. I do not want this loss to be a reflection of my skill in Monster Hunter. I have survived G-Rank Rajang. Oh, shit.
You say you survived G-Rank Rajang.
I have once. Oh, no.
What?
All right. I'm looking for a I'm looking for a different controller at this point. Hang on.
Can't you just take out your Joy-Cons? Like, you got the, freaking Joy-Con, holders.
Yes, I do. So, bam, boom, and then... Come on, register. Why isn't it registered? God damn it! Switch! Please! I want this loss not to be a reflection of my skills. Yeah, like, look at that. Like, thumbstick is just barely getting registered. All right. Change grip / order. All right, here we go. Hello? Come on, register. Oh my goodness. Is it actually... I think I know what's going on. The Nintendo Switch cannot... Okay, so I've done some redecoration and all that kind of nonsense. And the Nintendo Switch controller is, like, sort of just off to the right of where my desk is and such like that. but I think it's too far away. I think my Switch is too far away, and I'm going to need to move it.
What do you mean it's too far away?
It's in a little... Okay, let me take a photo. Let me take a photo for you so you can understand, like, where the things are and such like that. So... There we go. Alright. Ding. And then I'm going to share this with... Where's Blue? Where's Blue, Foxy, Nicey, Icy? Share to Blue, Foxy, Nicey, Icy. Alright, so... Now comes the fun bit, chat. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. We're doing some live reconfiguring of this whole setup.
You're saying that's too far away? Are you freaking kidding me? That's not even far.
Like, for whatever reason, it wasn't like the controllers, like me sitting at my desk, it didn't register them or anything like that. So I don't know if it's just because of the amount of wood that's there, so I'm gonna do a real quick moving the controller out from the cubbyhole and just onto the desk. Just gonna do that quick of a remove of like a moving around thing.
Oh, we're home decorating. We're gonna be house flipping. Gonna check out all these properties to buy.
Not that
Oh
much.
god,
All right.
we're getting too close to home here.
All right. Press A. There we go.
This
All right.
this is what happens when you go to a 7 mate at the wrong time during the day.
All right. I've redone my controllers, so now like I'm just using the controllers for the, you know, the Joy-Cons and what have you. Alrighty.
Hi, Code.
Hi, Code.
Hey, Code.
Their microphone is probably doing a funky. But yeah, so you see the... Hey! Artemis. My mic hates me again. Understood. So you see the cubby, like the 4 cubby hole things on the right? Also, for context, the desk is 2 meters wide. Oh, hell yeah, this feels way more responsive than the...
There we go. For some reason,
Also
it takes a while for my microphone to register when I jump into things.
Oh, really?
The first thing I said when I jumped in was, let's go make a dinosaur into a pair of shoes.
Well, we're turning a whatsamahoozy, oh, damn it, he ran away. That fucking sucks. Alright. We're turning a,
Now, what were you saying, Capalicious?
sand shark into something else. I don't know, a hat, maybe.
Did you hear what Grant said about the nut bush?
That it's in the city limits?
Nah, he's never heard the nut bush.
No,
at a wedding.
I've heard the nut bush. Fuck, okay.
Not at a
I've
wedding.
heard the nut bush, but I don't see it done at weddings. I have been to 2 weddings,
Wow.
and it didn't happen at either of them.
Wow, you only been to 2 weddings?
Look, sorry I don't have a huge, like, family and, like, going off to, like, these Lebanese, like, gatherings with, like, you know, full pigs, like, you know, from snout to stout out, cooked for everyone to enjoy and all this nonsense. And we do the nut bush for 4 hours straight or something like that, like the Texas Hoedown.
We don't even have full pig thing. What?
Okay,
What are you on about?
Okay, maybe
They
that was
would
just
not
because of the
have,
baby shower I was at.
They would not have full pigs at a Lebanese wedding. I can tell you that.
Okay, maybe not the Lebanese wedding, but like I was at an event, like I think it was a baby shower where, oh my god, it ran back to its fucking camp home. I was at a baby shower or something like that, and they had an entire roast pig, like just the entire pig. That's more a Pacific Island thing.
I've been to multiple Greek weddings. I've been multiple Italian weddings. It's insane.
Oh my gosh. Look at this. Look at this man flexing about their nuptial connections of all these weddings that they've gone to.
That's
It's
right,
the
Grant. I've only been to 2 weddings as well, so...
Okay.
it's the walk life.
You and I are in the same boat.
Alrighty then. Did you
To 4, and
did
3
you
of
have to
them
deal
were
with the
white
nut
people
bush at
weddings.
those 2 weddings?
Not exactly.
Funny enough, no.
Yeah. So
But I know of it, though.
yeah, I know of it too. It's just I have not seen the nut bush utilized at a wedding. Is all. It feels like
Yeah,
you know.
but I went to... The weddings I went to were for older people.
Oh, so it wasn't a case of they wouldn't do the nut bush. It's that they couldn't do the nut bush. Their knees would just crack when they try and grab their foot.
Yeah, pretty much. I just said it's the cat, not you.
Yep, come on. There we go.
Nice.
All right, so note to self, I need to replace my Nintendo controller.
What's wrong with your controller?
It doesn't recognize half of the button presses and such. I think, like, I have barely gone through as many Mario Party games as Blue Foxy and Icy Icy has, but apparently the X button doesn't press X anymore.
Oh.
You can probably get it repaired. That's the funny thing.
Yeah, but, like, it's... I also kind of want the new controller.
New controller has macros on the back, and I'm like, oh, sweet.
The Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller.
Yes. Like, you can assign the macros.
Ah! Oh, yeah, because they were doing that for accessibility and such like that as well. All right, hang on. I'm going to go to my throne real quick. Also, I just got a message from Code. Oh, it's just Code saying I'll try.
No, I sent you I sent you a picture accidentally, and I was meant to send a cap. I mean, it's a funny picture. You may actually giggle at it, so I can send it back over to you. It's from Beastars, and it's funny and giggle worthy.
Oh, it's a meme. Let's have a look.
Trust me, Artemis, like, being to a Greek wedding is insane. Going to an Italian wedding is insane.
Right,
Going to a Chinese wedding is also insane. They're all trying to flex on each other.
That doesn't sound
That's
like
true.
a unique thing for whatever nationality. That's just all weddings. It is a gathering of the families that we're not normally catching. Like, here's the thing: is like the parents have seen the other parents and what have you. So like they've already gone through the whole chest pounding and quick cross check of like yes, are you good enough for my offspring and such like that, and like, well, are you good enough for mine? And it's just like, we need to compare and contrast, and then they've already gone through all that macho bravado and such, whereas weddings, you don't get that. You don't get like extended any hoosies.
No, it's not that. It's just about how much money have you spent on the wedding? Nah, I spent this much. It's like, nah, freaking, you can spend more. It's legit about how much money you can spend on a wedding and show off, because it's a form of status.
Switch 2 Pro controller. Oh, it's only $99. Okay, I'm gonna add that to the throne wish list.
Oh, freaking Artemis, you're half Italian. Oh,
I'm half Italian.
Buongiorno.
And went to. When I go to the Korean barbecue and say arigato to the chef.
oh my god, man. Freaking at this, I swear to God, if you snap your pasta in half.
You have to, depending on the pot, don't you?
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
No, you don't. You're hearing this.
You are gonna piss off a lot of Italian people in a second.
I'm not even Italian, and I know you don't need to do that. I'm just culinarian.
I'm here just like, man, this guy is about to start another controversy again. Gonna get Google Docs.
What do you mean another controversy? Name one other controversy I've had culinarily speaking.
Since you only care about American food, you only care about burger.
Okay, that's a gross. I also care about pizzas.
Yeah,
I
typical
have-
fast food.
Like typical fast food. Yeah, sure. Okay. Also, sushi trains. Trains are great.
Now you've been getting into sushi trains.
I've been getting into sushi trains for the last few years. I've gone through university.
It's gone for university, people.
Like, okay, no, it's just when you're going to university, you like the spectrum of poor is ramen in the kettle to going to the sushi train because it's happy hour and they only have them at like $2.50 a plate. I miss those days. I miss when a sushi train had $2.50 plates. That's like now a fantasy. The local sushi place I was at is like $4 a plate or something like that now off the train.
Or $4 for a roll.
All right. But yeah, I swear to you, I know how to, I can do this fucker, like without, you know, panic and such. Like, also, I should probably do the, how do I do the networking thing? Player search. Or multiplayer maybe? Multiplayer maybe? There we go. Connect. Create a hub. While playing multiplayer, you can enter messages and chat with other players. Please refrain from using using content that is illegal, offensive, personal, or that could infringe upon others' rights.
So what are you currently at the moment? Are you low rank still?
I'm still low rank. Alright. Oh, okay. Ding, 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 ding. So yeah, because I am still like at 2-star quests and such like that. Help.
Alright, then I can assist. I'm technically in the process of doing 3-star quests.
Oh, nice. I'm still at 2-star, so help the Zeebs, and then
Help the Zeebs, freaking, just so you know.
Minimum, maximum capacity.
Zealand? What the? Who's Zealand? I saw that that predictive thing. It said Zealand.
Yeah, Zealand is a port in I was gonna say Dutch, but that's not the correct, Denmark. No. Is that correct? I don't know. Hang on. Zealand. It's like a port. Yeah,
Man.
Zealand is Denmark's largest and most populous island, home to the capital city of Copenhagen, a popular coastal area. It lies between Funen and Sweden, connecting to both via bridges.
Alright, we're sending Z to Zealand.
Yay, I get to see Copenhagen. Alright.
You could always just send him to New Zealand.
So,
Send
open
him
your
to the
friends
Shire.
list.
Send it to the Shire.
It says unavailable. Will refresh every 10 seconds when Hunter search is on, but friends and local pay will always appear. Cool. Alright, so do the hub info.
I'm currently just getting a Palico at the moment, so...
Ah, okay.
I'm currently in a quest.
Alrighty then. Now, so there's the White
I have to
Academy
let you
gal
guys
here.
have fun on your own while I draw these boobs.
Oh, these
All
are
right,
different. These are different from the boot to head, tackling the Tetsu. Yeah, I don't recognize some of these.
There goes Cap.
Yeah, these are different.
Yeah, she do that. She disappear a lot.
She do her thing. Yeah, these are different quests. Like, what's with the... Why is the hub quest different from the village?
Yeah, because it's its own thing. Like, it's legit its own thing.
So-
You got village quests and you got the hub quests.
Okay, so do I have to go? So does that mean like any progression in the village?
So pretty much any progression in the village doesn't really do much, but also keep in mind that hub quests tend to scale.
Yeah, like I think I was given the little spiel of like that was the thing they did. Item sets, current set, swap to get this again. That way I don't like accidentally.
Because if you really think about it, Monster Hunter World is the Monster Hunter game that made it easy for everybody.
Okay.
So not just new players, but also existing players. Like that's why when you started playing Monster Hunter World and went backwards, things just feel weird.
Grant, when you made a thing, did you make a local hub or an online hub?
Oh, it says local play. Hang on. Connect. Yeah, so look, I need to change it to create online play. Yeah, there we go. I'm an idiot.
He's an idiot, ladies and gentlemen.
An idiot.
I'll tell you this. Since I'm maining Insect Glaive, just so you know, Insect Glaive works completely differently in this game.
Oh, the hammer has felt weird to me.
Yeah, so I don't get to helicopter.
Helicopter!
What do you
Like
mean
my
you don't
main
get-
purpose. So when I go in the air, I can't helicopter. That I legit just get to do an aerial attack. I just jump in the air, slash, and then fall back to the ground again.
Go. Any objective. Capacity for creating the hub. Man, they do, like, this is a very small hub as well. Like in World, it's like, oh yeah, you can, like, you create a thing with, like, 16 people or something like that.
Dude, this was for a game on the 3DS.
Okay, so is that, like, a unique thing for the 3DS, or was it always a small number on...
It was always a small... It was always a small number, like, for a handheld, like, you're lucky enough to even get 4 people around.
Yeah, like I played with a few people, and we all had to set up through chats on Discord to say, hey, you know, we're here, let's do this thing.
Alrighty.
Yeah, so, for Monster Hunter fans... Yeah, so for Monster Hunter fans, it was pretty much, you need to actually know people who played Monster Hunter.
Alright, so we got something called... So, Ingredient Hunter apparently will unlock ingredients. Alright, track down a legendary ingredient in the Misty Peaks. Keep the Arzorus busy, and I will procure the ingredient. Then we will be under the +2 legendary... What the... 5 row of hunter. Sure, let's go with this quest then. It's a hunting quest.
It doesn't say you're online.
Well, Code was able to join.
Sorry, I'm just sending cat messages about the big cat that we need to draw with bigger belly.
Ah, okay.
Hey, what?
It's all good. I'm not... Cap does their thing. It's fine. I do mine. Oh, I got chores. Oh, actually, no.
Okay, where am I?
Spreadsheets one, because that one I've already technically done. So that one's already been done, so I don't need to worry about it for like another 2 weeks. All right, order a meal, and let's go for something that gives me health. So I'm gonna go with the Dauntless Pasta. Help your weapon when attacks are deflected. Can't guarantee it will appear in an unstable area. Temporarily display on the map at the start of the quest. I like that one.
Okay, hang on. Quest board, here we go. Hunter registration incomplete.
What?
Do I need to do something?
See, this is the thing. Like, the fact that it's like, oh, we have, like, you know, the hub quests, and then... Like, can the hub quests increase my hunter rank, or...?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, how do I do my hub? Oh, hang on, maybe this lady here.
I know how freaking hubs work.
There we go, now I'm registered. Oh, thank God.
Nice. Oh, look at this dapper gentleman.
I'm just skipping through some shit because I've done a lot of this already.
On the... You've done this on the 3DS before.
Yeah.
Is there a blacksmith here, or nah? There's the rookie hunter.
Oh, there you are. Oh, wow, I can't search you through the traditional means. I actually have to search for you for that? What the heck is this crap?
Alright, what was the quest you just took?
So I took the Azurus one. Hey, Icy has entered the hub.
Okay.
So I can see code stuff, guild style. Nice.
Who's Antoine?
Who?
Look at the
Antoine.
players.
Antoine Twin Daggers. Probably just a random, quite honestly. But I don't. It's not a huge problem, I don't think. Hey. Hello.
Oh, yeah. What was that?
Well, you did open it to public, so what do you expect would happen? But it's a whatever. Okay, hammer, sword, and shield, insect blade, dual blades. Talk to everybody.
Cheese. Yum, 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 yum. Antoine got that Goku hair.
Kinda cool.
I just do what I normally
that's
do
more
in.
like Vegeta. All right.
I just do what I normally do in low rank. Just wear whatever I need and then just move on.
Hang on, I gotta make sure I got items first before we go.
Yeah. So that one's there. So wait. So have you joined the quest? You know what you want to order? Nice work, degenerate. I have no idea what you're going to be ordering from. So.
Okay, well I have no items, so
Ding,
yay.
Ding. Just.
Well, this will be fun.
Doing.
Hello.
Low rank.
Okay, I need to remember what my controls are in this too.
First time coming. First.
Sure, I'll get this.
Oh, there's a character limit, that's why. Okay. How do I join quest? I have no idea. Stink. First time.
You go to the quest boards. You go to the quest board. Let's see. I'm only bringing the. Oh no, I actually need to make more stuff.
First.
Don't mind me. I'm just making a lot more mega potions.
Play. I. And G. Go. God. It has been a, hi there, Lord Secret Spy. Welcome. Good morning, good morning. Actually, now comes the trick if they can do. I'm OG though on PSP. GrantZeebs? Yes, that's ding. Dong.
Wow, shouting yourself out.
If they wanted context and such, because I'll tell you what, like if they are on like a fucking mobile phone or a PC and able to do the thingamadoogies and stuff like that, then it's like, where do I register? At the with this scout here, the white cap. Here.
Did we just leave him behind?
Here. At the gal. Because, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's where you do it. You either do it there or at this quest. Oh. Actually, nope. Never mind.
He doesn't even have his hunter rank. He's got to talk to...
he's gonna...
We're going, and not all are ready to depart anyway. No. Okay, how do you ready up then? That's the question. So
Icy's got to ready up. That's why we're not going. Icy's got to ready up.
Because like, how does it? This is one of those.
Hang on.
Oh, so is the flashing thing in the like?
Yeah, that means we're readied up.
Okay.
Talk.
So what's Icy gotta do to ready up? Alright, cool. So that means everyone's ready to go.
Oh, hang on 1 second.
What do you mean, hang on 1 second?
Too
I was
late.
trying to tell the guy to talk to the old lady first, because he's not got his hunter rank. He's not registered. That's why he couldn't do his thing.
Okay, I'm only taking what I need.
Okay. That. I need a potion. I need that.
What the heck am I looking for?
We need to
Oh,
go to
okay,
region
those.
5.
Okay, I'm going to go through region 1 to 4, then
Okay.
to 5.
Yep, I'm doing the same sort of thing. Just remember that. Like,
Again, you guys will have to forgive me if I don't remember the controls for a hot minute.
oh, that's totally understandable. Considering the controls didn't work for me for like a good hour. Yeah.
I will say this, like, did he check what style you're using?
I'm using guild.
Yeah.
Wait, did I not?
Where's my Kinsec nutrients?
Alright, I forgot these things normally gave you random fucking herbs rather than just being this.
Yep. Marks.
Ah, we're dealing with this thing.
Yeah, we're dealing with the blue bear. Also, why is
That's me with my Kinsec
Oh.
nutrients. I'm hyped. Oh nah, I became Super Saiyan, alright?
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I got the mount.
It should be a little bit easier than the 3DS version, because 3DS version for having to turn the camera, I had to rely on that fucking thumbstick.
Oh my god, freaking! I don't have freaking flinch free.
Oh, what?
Not again! Every single freaking time.
He just wants to hug you.
It's just
Why is it?
It's just a quiet, polite hug. It's okay.
Okay, I need that thing to stay still for a moment. Freaking miss.
I'm trying to get hits on the head.
Okay, now it's your turn.
I'm not a chew toy.
Honestly, being close, that's when it gets chaos. Although I don't want to be like the lowest ranked person here.
Don't worry.
Hit the monster, not me.
Is it going to it? No, it's going to another zone.
I'm basically going into disadvantage because I have no whetstones or anything like that at the moment.
Oh, shit.
Didn't you pick some up at the supplies?
No, because I have no Zenny.
No, as in, like in the
supply
supply
box.
chest. The supply box has like 2 mini whetstones.
No, there wasn't any left.
I only picked up one.
I only picked up one as well.
There should have been at least 4, like, units of, or 4 entries for the mini GrantZeebs.
I know there was only 2 paintballs.
Damn it. With the spin right? See, I don't appreciate that. It's like, oh, you know, you use a potion once.
Get used to it.
Get used to this is the Martian manism of Monster Hunter.
Remember, this is us going back in time. We're not going into the future. So forget everything you learned from World, Rise, and Wilds.
I've learned nothing from Rise. I have barely put time into Rise.
But luckily, my standard combo hasn't changed, so I'm perfectly fine.
Neither has mine's been the same. It's a hammer. You tap attack.
Because my main thing is ground combo anyway, so I'm not really that fussed. But I am annoyed about sharpness. Like, sharpness just goes like crazy.
Well, we're early, right? So like, there'll be better ways of managing the sharpness of weapons.
Alright, I'm gonna run back to camp and get the whetstone. That thing will probably be dead by the time I get here, but you know.
This is what I mean, Zeebs. Like, I don't get the helicopter. So you remember, like, Insect Glade back then is completely different to how it is now.
Oh shit!
What did you? Oh shit! Where are you?
I was waiting for the fucking dinosaur to rip me a new one because I stopped to get bones.
Okay.
And I saw him pop up just behind me. I'm like, ah, well, there goes my anus.
So wait, so how should
No, there's
I
no
be
whetstones here.
Oh, so they only had 2 entries. That's fun.
Alright, I need that thing to stay still. Alright, will this hit? Alright, there we go.
Yeah, the one thing I hated was the fact you had to mark your targets each time. Like, you couldn't just...
You couldn't just spot them once and then they followed you. Yeah.
That's how it is. You gotta paintball your targets.
Yeah, he's looking like he's almost at,
He's almost dead.
Yep, he did.
Alright, time to harvest.
Nice. If it will let me, there we go.
Jaggies, go away!
So I guess the question is like, how should I be progressing? Because, so like, there's the hub quest, which is a different progression, like, path to the village quest, is that it?
Yeah, but like, usually the standard is just do your village quests first.
Okay.
Yeah, because you gotta progress through the story anyway. And then you come back to the hub afterwards.
So when you say progress, do you mean like progress through like one-star quests on the village, go over to the hub for the 1 stars, then go back to the village for 2 stars, and then back to the hub for 2 stars, or go through village 1, 2, 3,
You just go through village 1, 2, 3, and all that until you get out of low rank.
Okay.
And then I think from there, it's pretty much mostly just all multiplayer ones.
Yeah, because remember, I said before, low rank is just tutorial. That's all it is.
Oh my god, look at that fucking hit. Right in the penis.
I don't need to read
Damn,
what I
man.
got.
Fucking incredible. Take a snapshot of that.
Okay, that other guy is still here. I think he's gone on his own quest. Oh, he swapped to bow.
About 6 minutes. Alright, so how many village quests are there? Sorry. So hang on. So
Quite a lot. It's something where you gotta.
Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate Village quests. Village quests. So no, don't take me to the fandom wiki. That's gonna be absolutely terrible.
All right. So, rank 1 key quests: find the herb, fungal hunt, wipe out, another pack attack, and then 2-star quests. You go to Vaulting Outlaw, which is hunting the Great Macaw, which I've done. Key quest is the Rambunctious Refnofloss. The what? Gendrome Roadblock, the Land Shark, and Hermit Crab. And then there's Prowler quests. Cool. And that opens up. So there's 10 ranks. There's 10 village ranks from the looks of it.
Yeah.
And I don't think you can do those in multiplayer.
No, you
See,
can't.
that
You can't do
sucks.
village quests in multiplayer. It's your single player story adventure. But at that point, you're just like, if you're just doing the stuff in village, you'll be fine for multiplayer.
Because, like, is there, like, an SOS system with the village quests, or is it still
No,
single player?
No, it's single player. There is no SOS.
So wait, that was a modern Monster Hunter thing? The SOS players?
Yes.
Yep.
You don't get to call for help. You have to hope you know someone that also plays the game.
Oh my god. Kidding me. Is
Well,
this
Grant.
the same in Rise as well? Because I know there's village and hub quests in Monster Hunter Rise.
In Rise you can SOS.
But you can't do like parties for before you go into the village quest.
Village quests are your single player experience. Because here's how it works. So if you're SOS in the village quests, you don't get players. You get the NPC hunters.
Okay. Lost in the Jurassic Frontier. Apparently that's a key quest we need to do. Hunting Gypsaros. Like, cause here's the thing, it's like I'm going through the multiplayer quest and they don't do the like little like cutscene thingamajiggy at the start. I guess
You're
it's just-
spoiled.
yeah, I'm still like wrapping my head around the fact of like, oh hey, like, you know, the village is just single player full stop and shit.
Alright, code. Before you do anything, buy stuff from the store.
I already have. God damn it.
Be sure to do some item sets as well. Actually, I'm gonna get rid of the spit. Because, like, there isn't any need for me to hold on to a spit while we're doing the, And then item set, register item set for item set number 2. So, there's no point in me taking the spit. I don't really have a lot of nutrients. I'm gonna hold off on that. I've already got some whetstones in there. I purchased like a large number of them. But yeah, it's just...
Alright, this time I got healing items and I got whetstones and everything.
I
Nice.
sold a lot of my eggs.
The Generations Ultimate also, like, I've not yet gone to them yet because I kind of only want to grab them once I enter into high rank, but they give you like a lot of bonus stuff because, you know, it's like the end of the life cycle. They're like, oh, here's all these, you know, other thingamadoodies.
I'd rather just take the bonus because I want to get out of low rank. It's like how if I actually had to start playing Monster Hunter World again, I'll just say this. I am not going to suffer through low rank. I'm going to buy Defender gear.
Alright, are we all ready? Looks like we're all ready.
Yep.
Yep.
Here we go.
Ah, Gypsaros, you again.
I remember Gypsaros from Monster Hunter Wilds. Now the question is like, am I gonna be smart enough to know? All right. Okay, so there is only 2 whetstones. Okay.
Alright, so I'm gonna grab my map, grab the first aid, grab the stamina. Alright, so I've got 5 whetstones.
I got 20, so I'm not, fuss.
Jesus, you can hold on to like 20 whetstones at once?
Yeah.
Because they have random chances of breaking, don't they?
No, they're
they just
one-time
get
uses.
used.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're one-time
Ah.
uses. I think.
Sorry, I haven't
is
played
either
in ages. Sorry, it's your
3 or
pickaxes
4.
that break.
Yeah, the pickaxe can break.
Oh, it's in 4. It's in 4.
Alright, on my way. On my way. Do you have a paintball?
Yeah, give me a second. Yeah.
I say I'm on my way right there, but I got distracted by a plant.
Of course, you're a freaking horse.
Like, it's just like, ooh, plant?
Oh,
grab.
this thing.
Yeah,
Alright, so...
The clippy boy, that's just sort of like, click, click, flash.
And it's about to click, click, click.
Oh, I thought I was looking away.
I just see in the text at the bottom, I'm in trouble. Oh yeah, it does the poison shit too.
Well, I brought antidote, Herb.
Oh, come on.
So it isn't a case of like just looking away.
It's...
Wiggle your controller.
Oh, there we go. Alright. I'm going for the head.
I think it was in the middle of my mount animation, and then I got hit while in mid-air, which cancelled
I
it.
see even poison.
I understand. I'm going to live through poison. If I stop, can you stop coming towards me, please?
You know, I just thought you were like making shit up when you're like Rajan hates you and such like that. You always get grappled and you don't like any of the grappled monsters. But considering it's just like one Azorius grabs you first, and this one is like, you know, just fucking with your day. I wonder if it just senses the Monster Hunter veteran in you, and so it just focuses on ice.
Yeah, but then they will learn how pissed off I can get.
The inner, what was it you called yourself? Because of like all the weddings you attend, the inner, what is it, wog?
No, that freaking. Do you even know what a wog is?
It's a nationality.
It's a thing. It's a descriptor for the Italians and Greeks mostly.
Oh.
It's like it's like how you call freaking people from Asia Asians.
You don't say. Oop, sorry, code.
That's alright.
Poison again. Oh my god, go away!
Oh, shit. Also, did you leave meat on the ground?
We're at a point where it's all synonymous. Like everything is just
The
melded
antidote turret
together.
didn't do anything. Why isn't the antidote her doing anything? Am I gonna die from poison? Shit! Alright. Just gonna go with
Oh. At least I need Gypstar's parts to fight. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm just out of range of that poison. That's funny. And it's flashing again.
Ah, crap. Oh, well, I didn't get flash.
I was too far away. Okay, I need to stand still. Bam! Freaking I like that hunter art, but it's so terrible sometimes. If we can break heads, it should stop flashing.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do, but, you know, it's a bit tricky.
Alright, it's flying to the next area.
Get down here! Here we go. Greeks, actually. Italians are Diagos. I have never heard that. I've heard of Wog before. I've never heard of Diagos.
Artemis, you got some training to do for your man.
I don't need training. When am I gonna need to use these terminologies? Okay, Bird, you knew what I was doing there. Fuck you.
Bird up! Oh my goodness. Okay.
I don't like that you have to hit like the directional button in order to activate those abilities.
I don't mind, but then again, I'm used to fighting without using the gimmicks.
Yeah. What's more is these gimmicks are, like, they're just native in the combos of some of these weapons as well.
No, you don't.
Get down!
Go.
Oh my god!
Oh, we have to deal with feline fuckers?
No, I'm dealing with getting freaking flinched by code.
I'm trying not to.
Well, there goes a fate. Okay, getting flashbanged. This is one of those things where you have to get used to apparently drinking a pot while standing still.
Yeah, I do not like it. There we go. He's on the ground.
That's why
Extra.
normally what you would do is you would leave the area to eat or drink items if you needed to.
Oh, he's gonna... Oh, no, he isn't. I did
Well,
not read his movements.
Apparently, people don't know how to eat and drink while moving. Here we go.
It's just an unknown skill in the world of hunters. It only got introduced after the events of Monster Hunter stories.
Or do we actually follow what's the Japanese culture of things? Like, you can't eat or drink while walking. That's considered rude.
Almost.
Like, you have to, if you want to eat or drink, you have to stay still in one place.
Serious? But like,
Yeah, if you go to Japan,
konbinis and shit like that, like they are set up in a fashion of pick up the thing and keep moving. What do you mean?
but here's the thing: there are no bins around. Like the only bins are near either vending machines or at the convenience stores. So you actually have to eat there or take it home.
Oh my god.
And people look at you weird if
Well,
you
here's the
start
other
eating
thing.
while moving.
Like, there's no littering, is there, in Japan as well, right?
There is, but it's very frowned upon.
You pretty much just get looked at. Everyone just looks at you. Mob mentality.
Oh goodness. Oh,
Okay,
Well, he's
what-
very much sick at the moment, so
What's this? First aid med. Okay, I'll take that. Area 4.
alright, here we go, here we go.
oh nice. I got some old pickaxes.
Heavy jelly. Heavy jelly. Power
You don't need
jelly.
any of that.
Yeah, I don't need any of this, but I'm still gonna collect it anyway. You never the fucking know.
That's specifically for Insect Glaive.
Exactly. You never the fucking know. Maybe I get so sick and tired of my my short range hammer, but let's be real, I'm never swapping from hammer. I feel it's just the right level of like head empty bonking nonsense.
It's fake dying. I'm gonna still carve it though. And it's gonna get up and then kick our asses.
Dang it.
I did warn you!
Did he not just say?
Oh my god, Zeebs, you freaking cancelled my Hunter's art!
I wanted to get the head. I'm sorry.
Frick's sakes, man!
No.
Freaking this... I was about to do my Hunter's art and he cancelled it.
I'm sorry. Oh,
Okay.
Yes, I'm gonna save the progress. Fuck you, Monster Hunter.
I think it doesn't help that my equipment is really, really shit, and I'm doing quests that probably require me to have. Oh,
To be fair though, finding the Gypsaros now is a bit awkward.
It's a rank 1. What do you mean it's a bit awkward?
oh, and one left. Because you gotta go out to the village to upgrade your items, don't you?
I believe so.
I'm not sure if there's a smithy around here.
I don't see a smithy. Like, cause here's the thing: is like that was a thing in
Oh,
Monster
prep
Hunter. Oh, where?
Okay, here we go. Hello, Smithy.
There we go. All right, I'm gonna have to lurk. Need to do stuff around the apartment before heading out later. All good, Artemis. Thank you for being here. Chores are annoying to do.
Who's Nick?
Someone completely different. Because they saw that there was like 3 of us and they were like, fuck it. Alright, so forge and upgrade equipment. Alright. I do not have the materials for that. I can create a spiked hammer, which has affinity. 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, I can't make shit.
Yeah.
Want a hand or I go?
Yeah, I don't.
So I need Niffle Snarf, Beelite Ore, Large Monster Bone, another Large Monster Bone. Ah! Excuse me. Yeah, I need something called Beelite of all things.
Oh, you get that from mining.
Actually, how do I get all the crap that I get from the game downloads? That's...
You go talk to a specific palico.
Ooh, I can make an attack jewel. Yes, please.
Claim bonuses. Because that might help get me some crap that I need.
Okay, the fuck is the Utamo skill? It doesn't explain shit.
I do hate that I have to manually, like, put everything in one at a time.
Let's see, I might need to make, what is it? Gypsaros arms?
Okay.
So use aqua
Cool.
drops
Yes.
to boost the paralysis skill. But what does the paralysis skill do?
You know, stunning, it's the same thing as status.
Yeah, but isn't there
If your weapon needs to have status.
Okay. Vitality, cold, bind, footing, heat resistance, cold resistance, defense lock, ice resistance, sharpener skill, precision, maestro, boosts team player. That sounds important.
Oh, cool. I got some eggies to sell too. Nice.
Nice, nice, nice.
Do I need to take them? No, I can sell them from box, can't I? Oh, God. It's been so long. Yeah, you're gonna have to.
Oh, I understand. Like, here I am. Like, this I have like barely any understanding. Hunter notes? No.
Oh, looks like other person left and a new person entered.
Yep. So I've got 3 vault, +1 attack, -1 defense, another vault, 1 stat. Oh, I need to get like 10 points into something before it will like do the thing, won't it? Hunter.
Alright, well, at least now I've got some items to take with me.
Info.
Nope, seems like I need to pull the items from the box to sell them.
What?
Alright, let's see. What quest can I do? Something. Do something easy.
I will be very curious to hear what is considered quote-unquote easy to do.
Oh, because this person. Oh my god, because this person joined, we have access to everything. Ultimate rice.
What?
God. Oh my god, all these dishes that are available. Holy shit.
Oh yeah, I forgot to eat when we did the Jib Churros thing as well. That was my bad.
Well, don't have to worry about money.
Ooh, deep fried egg. Diced barbecue.
Normally, I wouldn't worry about farming for gear, but
I feel
know
like
that
you have
lo-
to.
I know that in the Monster Generations Ultimate, you kind of need to grind a bit in low rank.
I'm gonna go for the
This-
Wyvern Burger.
Oh, that's right. Short swords, sword and shield use oils.
Yeah. Yeah, you got oils. Honestly, I think the best one's like Affinity Oil.
Which I'm grabbing affinity and stamina oil for the time being.
Some Sword and Shield users want that back.
Oils.
Yeah, because how oils work is you basically slather your sword in oil and set it on fire.
Okay.
And that increases
hang
your
on.
affinity.
Do I need to keep the books in my inventory to use them, or do I just...
You can leave them in the, like, the books are for combination purposes, so I leave them in the chest, because I normally do my combinations at the chest, not out in the field.
Yeah, okay.
Alright, tackling the Tetsukabra.
Because we should at least get something for code, like at least something for code to actually use.
Yep. I could probably...
Alright, hang on, let me just quickly... I'm just looking at the options here for...
Loner for Old Coot? Okay, that's your thing. What's your thing? Fletchling Hunter, okay.
Alright. Let me go put these books back in my inventory, in my chest, and I'll get...
Okay, so longsword user.
Alright.
Alright, we're all ready?
Go away for code.
Oh, hang on. I thought I read it up.
Nah, you gotta go to this stupid gate and then...
No, I did. I thought I did, but must have accidentally double-clicked it.
The freaking quality of life features that we don't have.
Yep.
I'll take a paintball and a flashbang. Freaking, I got all the whetstones in the world.
Alright.
Let's see, I think area 3?
Alright. Whetstone can be for you then, Code.
Thank you very much, Grant. One thing I do not miss from the older Monster Hunters, for the newer Monster Hunters, is the fact that you've pretty much got to load each section.
Yeah, especially when I told Zeebs, oh, be careful, a monster might knock you back into the previous loading zone, and it did it to him, like, a few seconds later.
Yeah, it was, what was it, a Great Morocco or something like that?
Yep.
Okay. Give me a carpenter bug or something, please.
No carpenter for you. Oh, hey, look, a chameleon.
Alright. Okay, so we need to go through way more. Okay, is this the thing we're fighting?
Yep. I paintballed it.
I'm just taking care of the little rhino thing that's been ramming us.
Oh, those things are a pain in the ass. Alright, monster down. Oh, I dodged the... Oh, thank you, Kinsek Nutrients.
Eat.
Oh my god, it's holding it.
Ow!
Oh, I see the rhino you're talking about.
Oh, he just... He was all like, I'm gonna ram you. I'm gonna ram... Nope, I'm dead.
At least I'm not taking so much damage from this thing. Oh, heck no.
See, this was the game where flinch free was... You had to have flinch free on your character.
You still need flinch free on your character.
Not in all the other games you don't. It's very rarely recommended.
Oh, you freaking... You play Wilds now, and then freaking Zeebs and Jack complain about me.
What's more is I'm pretty sure they've even like done like a separation thing. So it's like there's flinch free, but then there's something that's just explicitly for the whole you do not get interrupted by the players and shit now.
It is Shock Absorber.
Yeah.
So as the resident Dual Blades user, I have to have Shock Absorber on.
That's good.
Otherwise, Jack gets pissed, you get pissed, because I'm just demon dancing all over the place. But Shock Absorber does nothing for me when getting hit by a hammer, though. Okay, smack it. Did I hit it? Yes, I did.
Smack it, whack it, rearrange it, everybody, we're in danger. Ow, you bastard!
Ah!
I was mining and he knocked me into this area. Eat. need.
At least I don't need earplugs. What's that thing over there? Oh, it's a health booster. Okay.
Oh, nice. Hi there,
It's dying.
Victor. Go. Full health. There we go.
Nah, no rock for you.
Oh, it's already full thingy-majig. Okay.
Okay,
Go.
we are.
Whoa.
Oh, he's getting very violent.
At least I'm not taking so much damage.
Ah! Wasted spinning meteor. Drink something, drink something, drink something, drink something.
Apparently my wide range actually worked.
No, I use life powder.
Thank you, Ko, for the life powder.
Dignified skull. Okay, I got a dignified skull, everyone.
Ooh. I'm just getting a lot of Tesukabo. Oh, there's the skull.
Yeah, I need a pro controller fast.
Yeah,
I'm trying to go. I'm gonna put a pro controller on my throne. It's
Hey, if
like,
anyone wants to buy the pro controller on my throne, you know, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, go to my account, give me a throne thing.
Freaking Cloud Chaser.
Fuck you, I'll chase as much cloud as I want.
shout out to Ko the Yoshi. Yoshi, we need to support our fellow Yoshis.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, we Yoshis get hungry. We need to be supported. I mean, I could just buy one now, given the fact that I'm more than likely going to get my payout in the next few days, given the fact that I had a lot of people throw bits at me the other day.
That was amazing to hear. Good for you on that one. Yeah, I put my pro controller on the What's-Mahuzi, so chat.
Yeah, I was like,
Check out my throne.
was it? Yeah, go check out his throne. Buy Grant something nice. Big Himbo Zeebs need nice things.
Yes, I need lovely things.
Like thigh-high stocking.
I don't need thigh-high stockings. I don't need those.
Hey, Artemis, have you seen the thigh-high stockings?
She has. I'm pretty sure I've shared that.
I should upgrade to the Hunter's Knife, because, like, my petrified sword is just shit.
Do we want to do the hunt of the day?
A Kezu.
No, a Daimyo Hermitar.
Mine, I see a Kezu. But the thing is, I don't believe I can do it because I haven't encountered the thing in the game yet. There's a giant enemy crab just outside.
No skills on that one.
Let's see,
Need any oils?
Gonna love how no matter what I eat, my character just has on the
Ah, there we
skewer.
go. Okay.
Yeah.
My power code just has a giant wedge of cheese.
Here's the thing: is like I like Monster Hunter World. I like their food thing. Quite honestly, I miss that. I liked how crazy the food went in Monster Hunter World, and Wilds is doing kind of okay, but Worlds is still supreme in my head.
Okay, KO. That was likelihood of stunning a monster. That does. Okay. God, I have forgotten so much of this game.
Like if you know how to shield bash with your sword and shield.
I'm gonna improve
Not
the
really.
stunning power.
I have not. Like I said, I have not played in ages, so I'm still trying to remember my my controls and everything.
Yeah. So, I reckon the way... So, probably the way I need to go about this is figure out what are the key quests in the village side and do the key quests on, like, stream and such like that and try and get through them. Because, like, let's see, level 2 key quests are Bunches, something or other, Gendrome, Landshark, and then the Hermit Crab is there's like a key Hermit Crab quest.
Oh look, I got a thing to raise my hunter rank.
If you want the proper way of doing it, you do key quests in village, then immediately go back to hub, key quest and hub, then go back to village. That you can pretty much go back and forth.
Okay, yeah. No, I feel like that's kind of like the way would be good. So then that way it's like, oh, I've done what I need to get to rank 2 in village. Now let's go into the hub to do what we need to get to rank 2 in hub. All right, I'm ready.
Hang on, I'm just gonna store some items. Got a whole bunch
good.
of crap that I got.
All good, all good.
Oh my god, what's the plan? What's the plan? What's the plan?
The plan is not to die.
Well, for you not to die, have you bought some better gear or something?
Well, I made a better sword at the very least.
That's good, that's good. Excuse me.
So hopefully something that won't break in like the first 5 seconds.
They'll still
Oh,
break in
trust
the
me,
first 5 seconds. All right, we're all in.
All in. Looks like we got a cat with us.
Yeah, we got a cat. They're probably just gonna do a lot of
Cat things.
gathering. Who knows? We'll see how we go.
Because it's a cat bush city limit.
Alright, you can take all of the freaking whetstones, I don't care.
Oh yeah, cool drink. I forgot we'll need that in this area.
Yep. Blue, you can take the bomb because you'll have a better, time managing it than I will, quite frankly.
Someone hasn't taken a ration.
That would.
Oh, that might have been me.
That might have been the Palico.
Okay, where the heck is this guy? Oh,
I mean, I've got well done steak and stuff, so I should be right.
wait a minute, I'm going the wrong way. I forget the area. Is it area 3? Yeah, it's
Oh, hang
area
on. I
3.
think I've
The
gone the
giant
wrong way.
crab.
God damn it. Alright. On my way to Area 3 then.
That's right, Grant. Even I forgot which way I was going. What's this old dude doing here?
There's definitely, like, a boost when going through older Monster Hunters with knowledge.
Oh, hello, friend.
Section 3.
Yeah, section 3 by the looks of it.
Alrighty, alrighty.
Get paintballed.
Alright, here we go. I'll get better with, like... you know-
Oh, crab.
I know the other guy's going Prowler mode.
I remember him. It was also in. This guy was also in.
He was in Rise in DLC.
That's on
He was
Rise.
in... Oh my. Okay, I believe our Palico friend gave us stun resistance. Second games, please.
Alright, what buttons am I meant to be pressing? The attack buttons?
Yeah, and then your R is to hold on.
There we go. I think I did something.
Yes, you did. You knocked it to the ground. For goodness sake, I'm stuck in a weird position.
Okay, so I don't do the jump up in the air with sword and shield when I do the.
Nah,
Wait,
like,
it
a lot
can
of you
dig?
moves. Yeah,
Oh shit.
it's okay.
As long as he doesn't dug.
You know... Oh my god, it's targeting our freaking Palico friend. You stay still. Oh yeah, good hunter's art. At least I can deal with, like, I just need Insect Nutrients 1 and I'm
Nice.
set. Oh,
Oh,
it's frothy.
somehow I got missed by its bubble stream.
Okay, it's digging again. I'm moving. Since it's chasing code, I can safely sharpen.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, our power code. That's horrible. Power codes have like 2 feints before they actually go down.
Yeah, but they don't affect our thing, though, do they?
No, this one does, because this is a prowler. This is a player, so that's counted as one. That's counted as one feint.
Yeah, but they get 2 feints before they actually go down for good.
Yeah. So that means they fainted twice.
They fainted. They fainted once for our cards, but they already fainted 3 times on their thing. Because if you played Prowler mode, you get acorns, and that basically gives you back. It brings you back. Oh my god. Freaking, I need to whack this thing. You're not dying yet, you're just going away. Alright, I'm gonna mine something.
Alright. Sharpen up. Mining. Does it get anything I need? I already have earth crystals. And iron ore. Nothing really new in that department.
I'll just take anything because gotta hoard stuff anyway. That's just how it is. Kelby's are getting stunned. Is it after me? No, I don't know what it's doing.
I think it's just randomizing. Code, you might want to get some heals again.
Oh, I didn't notice. Thank you.
Okay, now it's crawling.
Now it's dying. Alright. Perfect.
Alright, back into section 3, where it gets a little nap.
No nap for you!
Ah,
Oh, good. I got everything. Oh, that was satisfying.
oh shit, there's a what's-a-mahoozy here as well.
Get the heck out of here. Okay, I'll just get freaking sent.
Ow, it got me. Oh shit, I'm pinned.
I healed you.
Thank you.
Ow.
Sorry,
Thanks,
that
Grant.
was me.
Punching me.
Nice. Although now I'm having a bit of a... There we go.
I see that you are having a seizure.
Yeah, I was having a bit of a seizure at that moment there. It's fine though, we're alive. We're good. I wonder if I can get a large boat.
But just
from
a
this
little
guy.
airborne. It's still good. It's still good. Oh, I haven't drank my my up and go yet.
IRL priorities, I see.
Oh, it's protein. Why aren't you taking your protein, Grant? Don't you want them gains?
I am trying to lose weight, thank you very much. I am good with taking the diet shake, thank you very much.
I meant muscle gains, God.
Oh, God.
I might as well harvest everything in the area.
Coconuts. Big one, small one, some big as your head.
All as big as your head. Ugh, I never had to do this with Mufasa.
I wonder how many peeps learned about the coconut song from the fucking Lion King of all things. Ah, just a medium-sized bone. Darn.
I mean, that's the only place I remember it from.
Alright, so Syra's left. Alright, so low rank once again. So we had a hard time with the Gypsaros. Do we want to just deal with some... Let's see. Sandworm, steel, Fermentar. Ingredient Hunter. Deliver 20 tropical berries. And then there's 3 Piscine livers. This one would get me more ingredients as well.
Yep. I myself already did that quest, and I find it a little bit annoying.
Oh, cool. Then that means you'll help me out, right?
If we're doing that, I'm going to Prowler mode.
I need to just do a little bit of control of things. Because I don't like that I'm using my bumpers for my block and everything. I want to switch it over to my triggers if I can.
Fair enough, fair enough. Alright, so I got the iron pickaxe and I got the bug net. So I'm going for... excuse me. Oh, we're in for a good time because it is. From the looks of that, I want to say Chinese. Hi there, Warhawk Warrior. I'm doing all right. Welcome, welcome. I'm doing some hub quests with like Code and Icy and what have you. Also, how did you change to Palico?
I just went to the next area, went to the Palico board.
Ah, okay. Oh, I can't go there because I set up the quest. My bad. All right. Well, let me get something to eat real quick.
All right, hopefully that's done it. That means now I should be able to
Order a meal.
Oh, that's better.
and-
That's better. Okay, that means my block should be my that now.
Dude, I ordered ramen. This ain't ramen.
No,
Okay.
it's the ramen we have at home.
Okay, there's a freaking. This guy's name is Hunter Rank 666, yet his Hunter rank is 199. Alright, what a flex.
Alright, I'm going for the thingamadiggy that makes it so that, you know, the first feint isn't like, you know. Alright. Excuse me.
Okay, give me a moment. I think I can upgrade my... Okay,
Alright, let me just grab stuff out of my box.
Hello. Currently in my basement because I'm under a tornado warning.
Hey,
Oh,
Wolfshe, how you doing?
Hi, Wolfshe. That's kind of nuts that there's
Ooh.
tornadoes.
Do stay safe, Warhawk.
Stretching. Alright. We're just waiting on Code and...
Sorry, I am just grabbing items.
Because this is a gathering quest, I recommend as few items as you need. So, because like...
Well, I've got my pickaxe and stuff.
yeah,
Like,
because I'm going the pickaxe and the bug net, because I need those. So,
look, you just never know with my luck, okay?
you're right, I never know.
Wait, should I switch over to my Palico for this?
'Cause
They have,
Palico-
they have infinite, don't they?
They have infinite
we're just
bug
grabbing...
nets and pickaxes.
yeah, but we're just going for berries, so you don't need anything for the berries.
Alright then.
Alright.
Next time we do one, I'll go with my Palico.
Alright, gotta...
We're just waiting on you, Icy.
Oh yeah, I already done this quest already, but... I might as well just find stuff. Let's do this thing.
It was just like, no, not everyone's available. Not everyone's available. Not everyone's available. And then finally, it registered. God damn you. Alright.
Okay.
Quest started.
I forgot that I still need to pick up that map. Oh yeah, I can't. Alright, I believe the subquest is to fight that thing.
The, like, the weird, what's-a-mahoozy, the sand shark things.
Yeah, since I'm the Palico, I get to see where it is, because I can't use items.
Sorry.
Alright, so I'm looking...
So what item are we hunting for?
we're looking...
Tropical berries.
Tropical berries, so... I'm going into section 3, because there's berries here.
Okay, I found 8.
We need 20 in total.
That's right, we actually have to drop them off of the thinger, don't we?
Yep.
Yep. Alright, I might as well go help out that guy.
Nothing but bomb berries. God fucking damn it. Oh, there we go. Tropical berries, too.
You're about to be attacked.
Oops. How goes the any good monsters yet? We got carded because of a Gypsaros, so we're taking it a little bit more casually now. We took on like a hermit crab or something like that. That would go.
Ah, Lopres.
Is that what they're called?
Yeah.
This one's about to.
Or as I like to
disappear.
call them,
Couldn't carve anything
as I like
off.
to call
God
them.
damn you! You faded away too.
freebies.
I hate that. Like they just the corpses disappear too soon.
Oh look, another one appeared.
You can deal with that one. I'm gonna try and get more of these berries.
I already got 8, so you don't need that much
You
more.
need
Hopefully,
20.
yeah. So I already got majority of them.
So. Wait, did you poison me?
No, it poisoned you.
Oh, okay. I was like looking, I was just like, what? Ambrosia, that's not what I need. Hey, fuck you, you big dinosaur.
Whereabouts are you, Grant? In Area 4?
I'm in area 4, that's it.
Alright. Try not to die, please, Icy.
I think Icy is the professional out of all of us. I think it's a big trouble if Icy dies, in which case we're out of our depth. Cookie for Wolfshe! Here's your cookie.
I'm trying to freaking attack. What's my pallet? Okay, these things are almost dead.
Hi, Dean Thor.
So these are just pickaxes and what things, so those aren't going to be appropriate for this gathering. I'm heading to section 5.
Okay, monsters gone to section 3.
Alright, I'm heading back up to camp because I've got too much stuff, so I'm gonna need to drop some stuff off.
All good, all good.
Don't mind me, I have unlimited
big sand
stamina. It's dying. We're about to kill this thing.
It's in Area 3.
I'm on my way.
From misery to happiness today.
Uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh,
Uh-huh.
Oh, we trapping it? Or what's happening?
Also, like, this annoys me how this sand pit will just exist for all time.
How do I store items that I've already got?
You need to talk to the Palico with the bamboo hat.
Ah, yeah, that's right.
Alright, monsters slain. Alright, might as well carve some fruits. Cephalus scale.
God, I am relearning everything at the moment.
As am I. As am I. trying to figure out where all the things are. Herd, always good. Thing of what I need.
Oh yeah, it's dead.
Yeah, gotta still carve this monster for stuff.
Bastard.
I am sitting on 10 tropical berries, so we only need like 2 more in total because you're holding on to 8, aren't you?
Yes,
Bastard.
I'm gonna start dumping them.
Alrighty, alrighty.
Because I'm using my gathering palico for this.
Hmm.
I'm trying to get him to level 10, so I could do that stupid
you-
fish quest.
Fuck off.
Hi, Sir Dragon. Welcome, welcome. We were doing some monster hunting, and we got our asses kicked by Gypsero, so we're now taking it a little more casually. And gathering nonsense. Because if I didn't gather nonsense, Blue would be upsetties that they kept getting grappled by all the monsters we fight.
Okay, I need to attack these things for their liver.
Yep. We need to return their livers before anything else, though, as well.
Yeah, we only need 3 of them, but...
Yep.
Okay, I got some tropical berries. I got 2.
Alright, that's all we need. We only need 2 more, so now we just need the livers from the smaller land sharks.
They're very easy to kill anyway, so...
Yep.
So you mean we need the smaller livers from the baby land shark? Do 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 do. Baby land shark. Do 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 do. Oh, okay. So I'll show myself out.
Faint yourself right now.
Every time
Okay,
Blue
I
says
got-
that, it feels so harsh.
I got 2 of the livers right now.
Cool.
How many do we need? 3, don't we?
3.
Yeah.
I need to find where... okay, I found another one I need to take out.
So,
Okay, where the...
666 is probably gonna hand in the last tropical berry, knowing our luck.
Oh my god, get out of the sand! Okay, it's dead. Alright, please give me the...
Conan.
Alright, I got all the livers.
I got a liver.
We'll go and deliver them.
Okay, that was a good one.
Huh?
D-liver.
What was a good one?
You said D-liver.
Well, I wasn't meaning to make a joke.
Oh. Subquest
Well,
completed.
subquest is- Alright, I already handed in all my berries, so go nuts.
And so did
Main objective complete.
and so did the other guy. So
Yeah.
Well, all these livers I get count towards points, so I'll get academy points.
nice.
I do need to level up my palico to level 10 so I can do that stupid fishing quest.
Big stretch. Big stretch for the big boy.
Big sweaties.
Big stretches. Ooh, an aqua glow jewel. Nice
Okay,
crystals.
shiny beetles, malachite ore. I did get the Cephalos stuff.
Nice.
Wow, I love how a class that I was part of the slaying of that monster when it was already
Oh,
dead
thank
when I
God.
got there.
Mm-hmm.
Thank God I'm level 10. Because there's this, was it the brocade fish? That quest is a pain in the ass.
Okay.
Because you need golden fish bait. But if you use, was it Sunsnug? And get him to level 10, he actually has a skill that gives him unlimited golden fish bait.
The fuck?
Gathering Pro.
Do you want to take on a Bulldrome?
Is it the freaking? Oh, it's the freaking pig.
Yeah, it's the pig.
Oh, that's fine.
Because, like, the key ones in the hub are tackling the Escarabra, which we've done, Lost in the Jurassic Frontier, which we failed, so we need to do that again, Local Threat, Snow with an occasional Lagombi, and Royal Spit Take.
Okay.
So, like, the bull is, like, it's not crazy to do. It's not important to do, so I'm hoping that it's, like, you know, not the end of the world trying to fight it.
It's not the end of the world. I'm just swapping back to hunter mode.
All good, all good.
I might give the charge blade a go.
Alrighty.
You know, mix it up a little bit.
Sounds fair, sounds fair.
I still need to upgrade my Kinsect. Alright, let's see. Since this guy's high HR, better give me some good meals.
Wow. Unlucky cat causes unfortunate events to occur at the start of the quest.
I don't know what
insurance, by the way.
Nice.
Okay, if you're getting insurance, I don't need to get insurance.
I'm gonna go for the large thing. Temporarily increases attack and defense at the start of the quest, increases the likelihood of strengthen. I'm gonna go for the feline weakener, increases the chance of encountering weaker large animals. That way, you know, hopefully it won't be as tragic of a monster to go up against.
Yeah.
Why am I drunk?
Don't ask why, just...
Mega Dash Juice? Oh yeah!
Yay.
Alright, okay, the guy's going at his Palico. Okay,
Grant, you just fell over.
Yes, he did. I wonder why.
Grant, did you get drunk?
Look at this dude.
Alright, just waiting on code now.
I'm just doing some combining. Look, Grant, you don't need to be, you know, so you about it.
So what are you doing about it?
Serdragonk
Sitting here
88
laughing.
paid me to say, oh, I'm a gummy bear, yes. I'm a gummy bear, oh, I'm a yummy, tummy, funny, lucky gummy bear. I'm a jelly bear cause I'm a gummy bear, oh, I'm a movin', groovin', jammin', singing gummy bear, oh,
You're not hearing this
yay.
TTS, are you?
No.
Alright, we need to kill this man.
We're just waiting on code
I'm
to
a
accept
gummy
the
bear.
quest.
Alright. I'll accept the fucking quest. God.
Wait, you switch to Switch Axe?
Charge blade.
Yes.
Charge Blade?
Oh, I probably won't need my oils for the charge blade, so...
For me, it's so easy being hammer. Just pick hammer, pick whetstone, bonk until blunt.
Sorry, I had to scratch my back for a second there.
Oh, good.
I just dropped my controller on my nuts. It's not funny. It's not fucking funny. I went to scratch my back on my controller on my nuts.
Skill issue.
Grant's being mean and laughing at me for dropping my controller on my nuts.
It's a little funny. It's a little funny. Chat, press F's in the chat for codes balls.
Don't press F in the chat for my balls.
Alright, I'll take a map. Rations.
So the question is, where in these hills are we gonna find the bull?
I think maybe 2, I think maybe, or is it 3? You know what? Someone go to 1 and someone go to 4 and I'll go to 2, I guess.
So we got.
Well, I'll follow you to 2.
It's not in 2. Could be 6 or 3. I think I'll let them go to 6. I'll go to 3. Well, clearly, there's a lot of the native felines are here. That's not what I want.
Looks like the Palico fella is engaging something in 6.
Alright.
Let me have a look at what they're engaging. Oh, yep, found him.
Yeah, they can't paintball. They can't paintball, but they always know the location of the monster.
Ah, okay. Do they have to find the monster first to get the location, or...?
No, they just know where it is.
Ah, cool.
I paintballed it anyway, so...
So did I.
It's stunned. Alright, done.
Already?
I
To be
got
fair, though,
like a
it's not-
feline thing where it was like, oh, it makes the larger monster weaker.
To be fair though, this is not exactly a proper monster.
What do you mean it's not a proper monster? It's a big monster.
Yeah, but it still has the same amount of HP as all the other small monsters.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Because it's not treated as an actual monster. It's one of the small monsters.
Well, the good news is that was a lot easier to go through, and I reckon we might have an easier time against the Gypseros if we're so
Well, if you want, we better bring this guy with us to the Gypseros because
there you
he's HR 19 and 199.
199. Nice.
Alright, let's see. More materials, I don't mind. I don't mind free stuff. Getting more nullberries is good.
Wow, I didn't have to use anything during that quest.
It was a quick and lovely quest, quite honestly. And plus, I'm pretty sure I'm able to use the head to make a hammer.
Yes, I'm gonna order the stir-fried dragon peanuts.
Peanuts.
And it's gonna look like the fucking cheese wheel thing. I am gonna go for the
Surdradonks88 paid me to say
Stir-fried
just a
yeah,
recap
stir-fried
go
dragon
down my
peanuts.
nuts.
Because defense is large, that's why.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
Great, unlucky cat activated, lucky cat activated.
I'm gonna go for the crazy chili.
Let's see, how many antidotes do I have?
Unlucky cat activated, lucky cat activated. Alrighty. Oh,
Okay,
no,
I
he's
feel like
not
I probably
here.
should.
Damn, he left.
Okay, I better bring my own antidotes.
Alright, let me change my gear around and get... Because I had, like, antidote herbs, but they weren't doing anything, annoyingly.
Now, you can eat random things you pick up. Like, if you eat a toadstool, you poison yourself. Like, eating normal herbs does let you heal a bit, but it's not better than a potion.
Okay.
Like, if you want potions, just buy them from the store. Don't even make them. You know, I'm gonna buy a ton of antidotes.
Because I have, like, a ton of antidote herb, but not a lot of blue mushroom.
I'm just here buying everything from the store.
Oh, big yawns. Big stretches.
Big stretch for the big boy.
Yeah. Right, every time you do a big stretch, you have to announce it. Them's the rules. I don't make the rules. Them's the rules.
Them's the rules.
Just a recap, code ow my nut. Thanks, Dragon. Thanks.
Are we ready?
Thanks. Ready to get rid of Sir Dragon? Yep, sure. Yep.
God,
What's that?
so-
I've accidentally timed out Sir Dragon?
Don't do that just because he's reminding you said ow my nuts on stream.
How about I say ow my nuts in your nut?
How does that work?
I don't know how that does. Right now we're just waiting on
Oh, I think it'd be something
blue.
like, scissoring.
Huh?
Don't think too hard about it, honestly.
Give me a second. I'm trying to craft something that might help us out. Okay, so I'm only allowed to bring one of those? Are you kidding me? Fine. I'm bringing a health flute and an antidote flute.
She's holding on to so many points, just stealing my shirt all the time.
Haha.
Shut up, Nutcracker. I just came up with that.
He's picking on me.
You dropped a controller on your balls when trying to scratch your back. How did you do that? You're sitting at a table.
I went to grab my controller and it slipped out of my hand. Fuck you.
For that, I'm gonna take that whetstone.
Oh yeah, well for that I'm gonna take your muscles. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. I'll take them.
Don't do it. No. Don't.
I'll take them. I'll do it.
Nope,
I'll
don't
do it.
Nope. Please
like,
don't.
taking him up.
No!
By the way, he's in 4.
Are you telling me the unfortunate events I have at the beginning of the quest is my stamina is very low?
Also, my health was really low, I just realized.
Yeah, that's the bad luck.
Alright, cool. I'm alive. I am not dead. I am just really malnourished, according to my VTuber.
Found him. Oh, thank you, Grant, because you knocked me. I didn't get hit by that thing.
Really? Damn, that was some crazy timing.
On my way.
Damn it.
I just need to fix my stamina, so I actually had to make a well-done steak. Because I am not starting this quest with, like, minimal stamina.
Why didn't you just grab one of the rations from the fucking,
I did, it's not enough.
Dang it. Oh, I forgot to bring an antidote with me.
There's antidotes in the chest back at camp.
Alright.
Alright, I'm
And
gonna bail and head
I healed you of your poison.
Thank you.
Yeah, antidote fluids.
Come on.
It's... Oh, I'm not stunned anymore. Okay, Can I, like, get insect nutrients 1, please? Oh my god.
We're doing a lot better this time around, alright?
And just this. Oh my.
Oh, you bastard. Just as I went to do an attack.
When I was trying to a freaking aerial.
Got him when he was exhausted with the spinning meteor, which is good. Now to try and get more focus on his head. And completely whiffing that combo.
Can I do this? That did work.
Yay, I got my shirt back while I'm dekindled. It no longer looks as disgusting. Thank goodness. I eat my raw sex appeal somehow. I honestly look like a furry you'd find in a mosh pit. Just be like,
That's
yeah,
saying a lot. For now.
for now. Ah. Yeah, he's going elsewhere, so let's drink up. Mini whetstone.
Looks like he's heading towards 7.
Yep. What you find in there, Code?
herb.
Herbs.
Mm-hmm.
Some secret
You want some herb?
secret herbs and spices.
Mm.
Alright, Gypsy, I slayed you once, I could do it again.
Go.
Actually, I'm finding Charge Blade relatively easier in this.
Nice. Stunned it.
Break head. And we'll put him out in there too. And it's down.
I wonder what it means when the beak is like flashing like that. Does that mean it's close to breaking?
I am not exactly sure because the mechanics of Gypsaros change with each game it's in. Slightly.
The herb was stolen.
extra.
Jesus.
Yeah, it can steal your stuff. I always keep missing with Extract Hunter. Oh my god. Fine, I'm fine.
Drink this. I think I got that potion drank at the last minute then. Ugh, nose. Come on, we can do this. Nice. I think I somehow like, yay, we broke its head.
Okay, I'm gonna get a carve-in before it wakes up and tries to murder us all.
All right, so one. All right, rubbery hide, jump, 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 rolling out of the way. Moving, 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 moving.
Bastard.
He's just rolling you around, isn't he?
Yep, I'm moving over to the other area so I can heal quickly.
Well, it knocked me into the other area, so I'm like, okay.
It didn't happen to me this time.
But I'll take it because I needed the heal.
Yeah.
Ow! What the shit? You stole my map? That's asshole behavior. Give me
Wait, the
back...
bird stole your map.
Yeah, give me back my fucking map.
Nah, no. We're not doing this again.
Alright, this one I am in my own volition going into the other area, so I can do this.
Ow.
There we go.
My flute broke. Oh my god. You just picked someone else other than me?
Yeah, I'm actually kind of liking Charge Blade in this game.
Nice.
Take this vest point. Freaking, there's a vest point near me.
Do I get my map back from you, or am I? This is just gone. Motherfucker ate my map. Ooh,
It's not like you care.
I kind of do. He stole shit.
That vest point's looking at me funny.
I mean, a lot of things look at you funny, Nicey.
A lot of things. Oh, that reminds me. I need to share you a tweet. Something funny. I need to go through my thingamajiggies. 1 second, please. It was so funny when I saw it, and I was like, "This is icy." Hang on. Ding. Copy link. Bing. I'll share it in Zebra streaming so Code can have an opportunity to see it. Look at this. Look at this fucking grumpy. Fucking grumpy over here.
Are you aware there's a Discord hack going around? If you click this account, it gets stolen. Okay.
There we go.
And luckily these quests, when we do them together, it counts as us also completing on our side too.
Hell yeah. That's what we want to see. That's what we want.
It does look like it.
I'm glad Code sees the vision. Alright, next up in the low ranks is... Oh, I should probably... Okay, I'm just gonna go for a bathroom break real quick, okay? Hang on. Do a little dance.
I'm just gonna
Get
be
down on that. Oh, things are on sale.
half price.
Your character do be buff, he can get bigger. But yeah, welcome to the stream. I'm a big chunky boy. Look at all this. You can do this. You can do this. You can do all kinds of things. You need them muscles? They're mine. You can't take them from me. No, Izzy. You should absolutely. I think how much pissing I have to do.
I'm just gonna do a simple quest that I need to deal with.
Yeah.
What instrument is that? I have no idea what instrument that's
Do it.
supposed to be.
Freaking, he was about to snap some
I
pasta
am
in half.
himbo. How was a ding dong?
By the way, we got dick butted.
What in the chat?
Nope.
I'm confused then of what you mean dick butted.
Look at the guy who's just joined us.
Oh, dick butt 4. It's kind of funny. All right, let me just head over to the board. Oh, you're in the middle of it. Boots to the head. Sign up has ended. God damn you. All right, let me do the little thing. Also, let me just stop dancing real quick. There we go. Breaking passes. You have no words. All right, so
Grant's getting told off.
I'm getting always. So local threat is the next one.
Yeah.
We just need to wait for Blue to get back, I suppose.
I'm doing like an easy monster, like it's fine. Like you can feel free to go ahead without me on like certain things, like or just tackle a quest that you already done before, so you can farm some mats.
That's okay. It's okay. We can wait a little bit. Like how? Like it's only like what 10 minutes normally to do these things.
I can take this thing out in like probably 6-7 minutes.
Yeah, easy enough. Let's have a look.
Or use this time to actually check on your power codes.
Well, I've already done like a little quest thingamajiggy, so I'm just sort of sitting in here. Meow. Now that's a hearty
Actually,
meal.
yeah. Actually, I should probably check on my palicos.
Ooh, things are discounted. Although I just wasted all my money. Shit.
Don't you have eggs to sell?
I didn't pick up the thingamajiggies. It's fine. Look, we'll need to go through a quest and stuff like that, so... Although it looks like Dick Bucket is really excited to get started.
Well, yeah, just get started without me. Like, I gotta check on my
Hang
power
on,
codes.
where's the...
There we go. Dick Butt 4. I'm a fledgling hunter. He is a midnight filth.
Kill this man!
Alright. Ah, perfect. Advertisement break.
Well, you might as well take advantage of this guy while you still got the chance.
Yeah, we'll do. We'll do. Depart on quest.
I like the fact that you can mount a monster while they're down. It's weird.
Matt, ration, first aid, easy bomb, no berry. Oh, did he grab the sharpening thing?
Nope, you can take it if you want.
Alright. Oh, I'm already max health and thingamajiggy. That's actually brilliant. Okay, awesome. I don't know what it is about this particular forest, but like, I love the opening music when you get into this one. It sounds like Proof of the Hero starting nearly.
Yeah.
It's just like, this feels right.
And I'm here like, Tashin,
Oh,
go
I think
away.
he's found it in number 9.
Let's see.
And I forgot to eat before coming into this quest. That's alright.
That's not good.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's this thing.
The Yan Cuckoo. Yeah, it's the Firebird. It's the I call them Kentucky. Like in Monster Hunter stories, you get to get some of these monsters as like monsties they call them, or they're like basically pals. I called mine Kentucky.
Of course you did. Wow, it's pretty much already dead.
That's insane, actually.
I think it's because of the guy that joined your quest.
Nah, couldn't have been.
Although now comes the fun bit where none of us hit the paintball on him, so...
Unless our friend here has an ability that allows him to see the monster.
You can get a food skill oracle just to see where the monster is at the beginning of the quest. temporarily.
Actually, knowing our luck, they're over in
You bastard!
section 8. Alright, I am going against the beaten path. Nope, it ain't here.
It's in section 3.
Oh my god. 60 seconds? Oh god, I gotta get there fast. Damn, that was fast. Holy shit. How did they get through it so quickly?
You know, I
Yeah.
could say something that's an innuendo about being fast, but yeah, I'm not gonna.
Remember, it's basically the same thing as me
lol.
coming in with Fatalis gear while you're in low rank.
Ah, okay, okay.
It's that sort of deal.
That was impressive. I wish I could have just sent a message of that was fast real quick to them, but like I can't while I'm in the middle of a hunt for whatever reason.
Yeah, you just need a that was easy button.
Mhm. Or that was fast work.
This is what I like high ranked hunters come in and help low ranked hunters with quests. It's sort of a nice thing.
It's cool. It is nice when that happens. I'm glad that Monster Hunter isn't like the, you know, because there are some communities that are like, oh, you know, when you get into high rank stuff, it's like, you know, you don't give like handouts or help down to the lower. You like instead do like this whole like pulling the ladder up, where you're just like, no, you can't do it via this way. That's not a true quote unquote ending. And it's like, mean. Whereas in Monster Hunter, it's like, nah, fuck it, pal. This is endgame gear. Here, I'm gonna show it off.
Yeah, because the whole point of this game is that you work together. Everyone works together. There's no point in getting screwed over. It's different to like raids or whatever. It's the more people you have that are capable of doing things, the easier it is also for you. So it's kind of a benefit to help people out.
Ding. Item sets, current set 2. Go.
Yeah, especially when you are the one that's like, oh, I need help. And it's like, what do you need help with? Oh, I need to fight an angry monkey.
That's just fun. Just doing that for the fun of the game, Blue.
Yeah, I see you faint more often to that thing.
Okay, yeah, because it is difficult. I will be real with you. Order. Actually, do I have many vouchers? Yeah, I got. Let me use a voucher.
Alright, I'm back for my quest. Took a bit longer because the guy, that freaking monster kept running. Oh, we're fighting the freaking that thing? Okay.
Sometimes increases the number of carb. I'm gonna go for this homemade hummus. I get unlucky palico thing, but I get like extra lucky palico.
Hummus.
Has a finely aged taste.
Not looking so hot there, Grant.
Shut up. Guild card. Send it to Big Butt. There we go. Check. Prowler is Texas. I have done 30 missions with the fucking hammer. And then...
Great. Unlucky Cat and Crazy Lucky Cat have been activated. Go nuts, you can start
All right,
now.
Grant. Everyone's ready.
Alright, depart on quest. Here we go. Let's go.
Oh.
Alrighty.
Oh, wow. Blue, you're
I know, that's my unlucky consequence.
Why do you guys sound like you're about to soil yourselves?
I need to eat some.
It's fine, I can
rations.
just heal. I can heal. And my stamina is terrible. Okay, I got some well done steak.
Because like you two sound like you're about to have a very bad time.
We're fine. We're fine. You don't need to worry about shit.
I'm willing to take this random debuff at the beginning, just so I actually can do better.
Also, it was for the ultra lucky cat.
I got crazy lucky.
Also,
cat,
our guy
so...
is like running like breakneck speed, so I imagine we're gonna have a moment of this mission is probably also going to be another less than 5 minutes. Like, look at him.
Hey.
Fucking Speedy Gonzalez over here, just... He's over into
For me,
section 6 already.
For me, I haven't played this in ages, so I basically forgotten a lot of things.
I haven't played this before. So everything I'm doing is with the knowledge I have.
Oh, sounds like he's found it in number 8.
How do you hear these things?
How do I know these things? Because I'm looking at the left.
Oh, I see the little thing in the diggy now. Yep.
Yeah.
He's been snowed in.
Oh, it's the bunny!
Oh, hello again. He barely takes any damage anyway because his gear protects him. Is that right? Yes, it is. He's stunned.
He likes to sit on people.
So here's Zoras, except bunny instead of bear.
Fine.
Ow.
Well, okay, somehow I got cancelled by code, and then I got back into the animation for some reason.
I'm a little stuck.
Where? Oh, there you are. Let me see what happens when I... Oh, you're okay now. Oh, what the shit was that?
Well, he's dying.
See that?
I'm trying to pick something up. Okay, let's go Super Sentai.
His name is Dick Butt.
He looks like a freaking Power Ranger.
Like a bug armor or something like that.
Or in this case, I actually would prefer to call him a Kamen Rider. Easy clap.
Yay! Although this is gonna make I'm probably gonna be doing these kinds of quests again in my own time just to get a feel for the monster. Because goodness gracious, that was such a That was an easy walk. What the fuck was dick butt? Jesus.
I mean, it does
Can
look
I
like
be
he's
as
wearing
strong
something
as
that.
you? Oops, sorry.
I mean, it looks like he's wearing
the-
something end game, so.
Yeah, it's just, how do I do messages while in So... there's this, there's this. Where's the... thanks? Nice work. Yeah!
All right, let's see. Take that, take that, take that, take that, take that, take that, take that.
Nice.
You cut his ears off. How could you?
Save progress. There we go. Excuse me.
That poor bunny had a wife and family. You cut his ears off. How's he meant to hear his wife nagging at him now?
Let's see what other quests. Can't do events. While we still got this guy here, we might as well just fight all the annoying monsters. Woo!
What's the annoying monster we're fighting?
We are fighting the, was it the Royal Ladroff?
Oh yeah, Royal Spit Take.
Oh.
That's the next one I have to take care of.
Let me just go.
I see that this guy's title name is Midnight Filth.
Not a lot of good sort of bonuses there, which is a shame. Oh, there we go. Da, da. Go.
Knowing this monster it should be in a watery area.
So,
Which means probably number 6.
Section 6?
I think either 6 or 8. But I'm also gonna check 7 since I can.
Well, I will go down to.
Let's see. Not here, but the smaller guys are.
Ah, hello!
Alright, here we go, here we go. Immature sponge. I'm on my way.
Yep. Same here. Moving up. Oh, bastard.
You made me with it. There we go. Got that one.
I got them out.
Nice, nice.
Okay, we got the subquest complete. Ah, freaking. Okay, that actually.
Oh,
Oh,
the
there
tail
goes
cut
tail.
off.
Okay, that's why I got flung off. It's
I
limping away.
I didn't realize we were having monsters strong enough to do that now. Because normally, like, tail cutting is, like, for, like, much stronger, like, newer monsters, I feel.
No, it's
Or not
for anything
newer,
that has a
but-
tail.
Yeah, but I meant, like, things with a tail wouldn't be till much later on. Like, not, you know, rank 1 kind of stuff.
Oh, you can. Okay. Ah.
He's doing a lot of work, quite honestly. So much work.
Although I think I'm about ready to call it here for me.
Look, fair enough. Like, it's 11:15. You were up late at night, same as I was. I'm gonna try and commit to the like the normal, like, 12, like, until 12 o'clock, and then go for my diet shake and what have you. But I won't go longer than 12 because I'm gonna have a little get together with my girlfriend.
I gotta wait for a pickup order.
So all of us have commitments at lunchtime, it sounds like.
Yes.
So, yeah. Meanwhile, Blue, you're going to, like, Furdu, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is,
next Saturday or next week.
yeah.
It's literally this week.
Oh, yeah. You get into my neighborhood. You get into the Gold Coast at, like, when's Mahoozies? Thursday or something, right?
Yeah, and I'm the one that has to find stuff to do.
That's right. Well, I'm going to be doing a live stream from the Furdu VR portal
Nice,
for
nice.
Saturday. So Blue, you can come and say hi, and everyone can see your real face. No, I wouldn't be showing the camera to the actual screen thing.
So, also, hi there, Jack. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're having a wonderful Sunday yourself and not working or anything extraneous like that.
Yeah, I got a lot of stuff that I can't make.
Gonna throw Grant a box of bakwa and salted egg yolk potato chips. Is the bakwa the jerky you were showing me, or like the dried meats? Because that looked fucking delicious, and I'm really disappointed that we can't get you can't bring the pork one in. That's a shame.
Okay, hang on. I'll have to exit I think I gotta exit the multiplayer area.
Oh, apparently my order's ready to collect, but I'm willing to stick around. I'll pick it up a bit later today.
I've been told you can find bakwa in Australia. I'm just an absolute idiot then.
I bought more of my lemon piss tea.
If I want to try, I Who's lemon piss tea?
Yeah, it doesn't sound very nice.
It doesn't, does it? And I don't think
I
it's
mean,
because
especially when the
Blue's,
name-
like, not
especially when
explaining
the
it
name-
well. It's just like, no, it's literally just yellow piss.
Yeah.
It seems strange.
Alright. Ding. Let's have a look at some quests.
Take a look at some questicles.
So we don't have any special permits. We can't do it until today because I've already completed that. Okay, let's have a look at some required. So we've done the local threat. We've done the snow with occasional Lungbani. We've done the royal spit take. Interesting. Do we not have like spit take? A mother's woes, Jaggy, the next best thing. Is there any big things we can take on?
Nah, like everything else is just gathering quests or whatever. But you might as well just do
there
them.
We go. Here we go. Greetings, young hunter. I've heard that you've been putting quite a bit of show out there. Well, let's see how you handle this. I have an urgent request for you. I imagine it's your first time dealing with these types of quests, so let me explain. In simple terms, an urgent quest is a promotion test for a hunter to prove their worth. Completing the quest will raise your HR and let you take on even tougher quests. In general, they work like any other quest, but there is one key difference to be aware of. Urgent quests are a test of your personal ability, so you need to be the one that registers for the quest, meaning you can tag along with a buddy on their urgent quest, but you won't be promoted until you complete your own. Of course, on your own urgent quest, you're welcome to take friends along with you, more the merrier. Aw, Dick Butt left.
No,
Dick Butt. They make their home in the Arctic Ridge, so be sure to stock up on lots of hot drinks before you go. Alright. The blind
once I get a
Bonga.
pro controller, I can really get back into this game a lot better.
Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna retreat into, like, village quest, honestly. Because...
I gotta do some more village stuff as well.
Yeah, so plus you need to pick up your packages and what have you, so it probably is... probably a good idea that we all, like, go in, like, different directions and what have you, and I try and do what I can in the village. So, we'll put the hub quests on standby, and I'll look at the village rank 2 stuff, so... might suggest the workshop gaffer get rid of some of the something or other, take care of that, and you'll be one step closer. Here's all the questing lining up. Alright, so for rank 2, I've done the Rambunctious Rephanolopolis. I've done the Gendrome Roadblock, the Land Shark. Now I need to do the Hermit Crab, where I just need to slay, like, 5, like, crab things. You've already eaten a meal. And then my item set is that. I'm gonna bring a food drink, because I have been running out.
That drink is so cool, it's wearing sunglasses inside.
Yeah. I should be helping you guys out in this Lamau. Do you have Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, don't you?
Did you say Monster Hunter Degeneration?
No,
No.
Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. I don't know what I said.
No, he didn't say Degeneration Tech.
God, could you imagine if this ever came on PC, like as a update thing, and someone's like, oh, let's do Degeneration, so like they force it down into the quality of like 3DS and all that.
Oh my god.
I imagine someone would do that.
I could imagine someone doing it too.
Alright, so that's one. Oh, just let me... There we go.
Crab people.
Crab
Crab people.
So, yeah, because if I don't do the
It's
thing
like
diggy,
crab.
then
What is people?
yeah, it only takes like 2 minutes to get it done. Street level 2 is good. But yeah. This will this will be an easier quest. And then after I deal with the hermit grab, the next one might be an urgent or promotional kind of quest, so should be fairly good. Get us like just immediately up to rank 3, which will be great because if it means I get up to rank 3, then I can like fuck around rank 2 in my own time. You have the damn game on 3DS and Switch. You converted the game from the DS to Switch, but honestly, I forgot how to play. Oh, that's okay. Many of us have in this chat have forgotten how to play. Meanwhile,
Yeah,
I was having a pain and a
yeah.
half because the like pro controller I was having like a little bit of a wigging out moment. It wasn't going too great, so I've now swapped to using the Joy-Cons in this little like holder thing. So, yeah. Yeah. But now, so actually, what I should probably do is I should probably hit the. There we go. That way, I don't get anyone like trying to raid into me too soon. Because like, yeah, it would be a bit of a bad opportunity. It would be a bit of a bad time to go raiding in here. So, although
Remember, if you don't pizza when you your French fry, you're gonna have a bad time.
Ow! Fuck you. Yeah. So, because yeah, in the first hour, Jack, like my controller wasn't accepting all my button presses. So for a good minute, I was just like just fighting, not just like the slowness of classic Monster Hunter, but then just the slow death of my of the Pro controller that I got way back when the when the Switch 1 was released. So, yeah. Yeah. There is a temptation of like finishing up stream at like 11:30 instead. I don't know how soon Artemis and I are meeting up today and such like that after stream, and I kind of still want to like go for a shower and, you know, get more appropriately dressed because I don't think she wants to see me in just pajama bottoms and a shirt as part of our plans for going out. Flat on my grunt. Alright. More crabs. Where are you? I need to kill like 5 of you, and there's only been 2 so far.
Look around. Crabs are going to be near water.
Alright. There's 2 more. So that's 1. Still here.
Hey, Gemma.
Haven't even started getting ready. You're good to go till 12. Oh, awesome. Nice, 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 nice. Yeah.
Hello, Gemma. How you doing?
Where's Gemma?
Little Miss Forge is Gemma.
Where?
I think it's someone he's hunting with.
No, it's
okay.
she's in one of the other villages.
Oh, I thought she was in Monster Hunter 4 or 3 or something. Wasn't that like a thing? Everyone was just like, oh my god, she's Gemma grown up or something like that. Alrighty, there's the 5th one, so I'll be able to... Go. Carve you up. So, yeah, I'm just getting small kind of tar shells. You, meanwhile, I can get, like, liver and things.
Are you gonna eat them with some fava beans and a nice Chianti? Yay, joke button.
I get the references. I've seen all kinds of different movies and TV shows. One of the things I need to look into doing, however, is like, because I've moved all my nonsense around, the television I used to have is now sitting in like the spare bedroom that's turning into a bit of a storage unit. I've moved some of the storage stuff out from that room, but I still have only like a beanbag and a dining chair in there for watching the television, which is not good, like television watching furniture.
Yeah.
I need a but the space is like limited as well. Like I don't have all the space. I'll need to do a remeasurement of like how far away the TV is from like the quote unquote seating position, because I'm not too sure if I put it in a spot where it's like inappropriate to like view, because like televisions and screens have like minimum and maximum viewing distances. Did you know that?
Yes.
So I need to do like the math of like how far, like the ideal position for 55-inch. So, because this one is 65,
Okay.
50, bring it down to 55. The ideal is 1.4 to 2.3 meters. Okay, okay. I think like it will be like in that range. I'm hoping it's closer to the 2-meter range than the 1 point something range. Because in that way it's like, ever perfect with your timing, Hunter. I have an urgent request for you. Have you heard of a Tetsukabra? Many also know it as the demon frog. It owes its name to its tremendous leaping power and its frighteningly powerful jaws. One has appeared in the Jurassic frontier, bringing research in an area to a standstill. It is critical that the Waikatami continue their research in the Jurassic frontier, and for that, the researchers must be able to safely enter and study the land without fearing for their lives. Your job should be clear. Go out and hunt the Tetsukabra. Good luck, Hunter. Awesome. Order a meal. None of them are bonused out, which is annoying. So I'm gonna go for the one that gives me bonus attack and an increase in health. Make it easier to stun using points. If you want to join, if you want to sit in the VC and like have like a more live viewing of the Monster Hunters, you're welcome to do so, Jack, as one of my moderators. All right, so Slugger was at least activated, which is good. Now I'm fairly sure I still don't have any. Yeah, I don't have Be a Light Ore. I don't know where the fuck you get that. That's level 2. Alright, so different. Alright, Ice Grinder. Friendship.
I'll talk to you later.
All right. Thank you for keeping me company, Code. I do greatly appreciate it.
No worries.
So yeah, hope you have a wonderful Sunday.
Talk to you later.
Talk to you another time.
See ya, guys.
Bye bye. Ding. Would be playing People of Note. I'm not sure how I'll be able to hear you. Oh, okay. Fair enough. It was really tempting when I was done with Gears of War 3 back on Friday because like I don't like going from like one kind of game to another, but it was very much tempting to be like, all right, we finished Gears of War 3. I don't have Gears of War 4 and 5 already installed, so fuck it, let's go play Grounded. It was very tempting to do that. Tusked Tantrum. Here we go. And I'm holding a hammer, which means that I have a good chance of breaking the jaw as well, which will be good. Ooh, flash bomb, okay. And then you got some stuff for me? An old pickaxe? That's not really great. You don't have to wait for me. It's your save after all. It was just more of a case of, I like while I'm streaming, Jack, I don't like mixing, unless I've explicitly, you know, set that up at the start of the stream, I don't normally enjoy the idea of mixing games in the one stream. Like, I don't like mixing the content within VODs. I usually like trying to keep it like consistent of either you know there's going to be multiple games at the start of the stream, or, you know, it's the one style. So yeah, it wasn't a case of, oh, I can only play Grounded when I'm with Jack. It's like, nah. Like, there's definitely times where I'll be like, fuck it, I want to do this thing real quick. And it's just, you know, a bit of a funny coincidence that I do it, and then 15 minutes later, Jack sees me playing Grounded, and they're just like, Ayo. So, I know there are some games that Jack would love for me to play, and that I don't play for my own reasons and such. And it's just funny that the minute I play something that Jack is very much interested in, the tism goes off, and it's just like, Ayo, Grounded? It's just like, Ayo? How do you feel about horror manga? Not a fan. I'm a basic bitch who loves their shonen manga, and maybe a little bit of the rom-coms like Kaguya-sama Love is War.
Time to do all these quests.
Are you like rank 2 or something?
I'm basically just doing every other quest I can.
I've dealt with you in the hub. You shouldn't be impossible to do here.
Oh, it's easier in the village.
Ow. Motherfucker. You also get better, like, food buffs in the hub as well, though. So, like, that's the thing. It's like trying to balance the...
This is the reason why, like, you know, when I was playing World with you, suddenly your canteen had access to everything.
Yep. Which was cool.
Yeah, there's a reason why. It's
shit.
actually good to find ingredients.
Yep. Oh, god damn you. Let me do my heals, please. There we go. That's one.
He's getting attacked. He's dying.
I'm alive. I'm alive. Look at that.
I have to go Unga Bunga with Insect Glaive because it's missing legit half its own moveset.
Ow! I didn't know you could do that.
But things are different when we don't kill it in like 3 minutes.
Yep, very much so. Oh, that reminds me, I need to get my, because, yeah, I'm not likely gonna kill it in the zone, so... Paintball. Oh, nice. That was good. First aid. And then mini whetstone. Dun dun. Alright. Thankfully, he's not super far away. Just... Oh, he's exhausted. Fuck yeah. And puts me in a false sense of, I want to try and break his jaw, please. Damn it. Of course he rolled out of the way. Did I break his jaw? Yeah, I did. Nice. Although I think I need to fully break the jaw for the sub-quest achievement to be valid. Because I've only broke like one tusk.
You don't have to go for the sub-quest thing.
I like to. It's a testament to I am not just barely engaging with the game. I am doing the game. Look at that.
Thank you for my sharpness going down again.
If I didn't whiff that hit, that would have been a good hit. There we go. Yeah! Subquest, I did it. Look at that. I broke both jaws. Do they actually get increased damage when they're stunned like that? Or when they're blind?
No, it's the same thing as getting flash potted.
Okay. I thought it was like doing some sort of like, you know, damage multiplier that I wasn't aware of earlier.
Nah, like, you know, like when you flash pod something, it gets pissed off, but it doesn't know where to attack.
Yeah.
So it's just running around attacking everyone willy-nilly because you can't see.
Ah, damn it, didn't run further. Alrighty, let me whetstone you. And then Mega Potion again. Also, is this like a rare fucking like bug to catch? Immediately breaking my net. Fuck you.
Break. Oh, my neck!
No. My net.
Surprisingly, like, I went and looked at all the nets and pickaxes I have. I actually haven't broken as much as you have. I think you've just been very unlucky.
I've been quite unlucky, yeah. Like very often I'm breaking like, you know, 2 or 3 when I go on a gather. Yeah, that was a good hit. I was risking it and like getting like pulled out of my my little like comboing when I did that, but the risk was calculated. Ooh, nice. Second time. Nice. I'm finally believing, chat.
to make sure I'm not, like, you know, accidentally losing sight of him. And I probably am, because I don't see the little marker on him, which is annoying. Oh, wait, no, there it is again. Capture the bug. There we go, there we go. Hi there, Sky. Glad to see you're still here. Probably getting, like, later into the... Damn it. Stop running away, you bastard!
You're right there, cause I already finished my quest and they're already on another one.
Shut up. You're an insect blade, like, heavy veteran user and stuff like that. I am a modern hammer user, getting used to, like, how often I'm whiffing it.
Hey, I lost like half my moveset.
So have I. Like, I have to use, like, hunter arts for some of these things.
I don't even have access to anything remotely my skill set anymore. So what the heck is this thing?
Also, are you fighting the Tetra something or other? Are you fighting the toxic frog?
I already fought that thing. Disc stone.
Also, he keeps running away. So, like, what am I supposed to do when he decides to just be like, oh, I need to fuck off? Because I have to chase after this dumb frog. He's going all over the place.
Every hammer user's thing. Bonk him.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. He's just not taking the hint.
And then do what hammer does. Drill it into his head. You must set an example.
Ah. There we go. Did it. See, it wasn't taking forever, all right? Got it done. I got the urgent quest done, okay? I'm good now. Because what were you fighting when I picked up the Tetsukabra quest?
I fought a Velocidrome.
Yeah, that's so much easier than the Tetsukabra. That's like a rank 1 nonsense there.
No, it's on the rank 2. I find the Tetsukabra way easier.
Bullshit, you find the Tetsukabra easier. If the Tetsukabra was easier, it would just be in the regular rank 2 rather than being an emergency quest.
Well, like, you know, I play Insect Glaive. I need a big hitbox on my monsters. Otherwise, most of my combos won't even hit. Yeah, my gimmick is mounting. Like, I can't mount, like, small monsters, like, freaking, the Velocidrome and freaking the Great Macau. I get surprised when I freaking mount a, Kuyaku in freaking World. I'm like, how did that happen?
They're people. New titles were added to the guild card. Reno Prosecuto was added to the ingredients list. Eggplant. Hell yeah. Got new ingredients. Hey, look, there's a cowboy. Oh. Hey, howdy there, stranger. You got a nice mug on you. The mug of an aspiring world-class hunter, am I right? Ha ha! You're a academy hunter. You see, my instincts don't lie, except when they tell me to try one of them street cooks. New recipes, anyway. You can call me the Caravaner. That's because I'm the leader of the only caravan worth its salt. We're traveling the world and stopping by here to visit an old academy buddy of mine. I'm sure we'll be running into each other again, Hunter. See you around. And then there's the her princess with more ingredients. The rhino thingamadiddy into the amino beef makes a new dish. Excuse me. Tremendous work, Hunter. The research team can now resume its survey work in the Jurassic frontier. Your outstanding performance has cleared you for the 3-star quests at the quest counter. Allow me to bestow upon you with this Burna ticket. May it be of use to you at the smithy. Now then, I hate to trouble you as you return from a quest, but I'd like to hear about some troubling rumors I've heard from survivors in the Jurassic frontier, as well as from other villagers. They describe hearing thundering sounds from the forest, scraping sounds as of metal being sharpened. I hope this portends nothing sinister. I will contact you when I know more. Oh, there's more people to talk to.
Hello, Hunter. A lovely day in a lovely village, is it not? I come from Chico Sands, a small village on an island far from here. Though I'm hardly as limber as I was in my younger days, my heart won't rest until I've embarked on this search. A search for someone very, very dear to me. Someone that I felt I could no longer sit around simply waiting for. So I recruited a few felines from Chico Sands and followed some rumors to find myself here in this village. The trip to Burna was none too easy on these old bones, but now I feel all the more motivated to find them. But before I do so, there's a matter that requires my attention. I would like to show my appreciation for the felines who worked so hard to help me get here. But goodness griddle cakes, I had the most difficult time deciding what they might like. I finally decided that some delicious fish would please them and help them replenish some energy to boot. Hunter, could you be a dear and deliver some brocade of fish from the Jurassic frontier for me? I'd be ever so grateful if you would take on this quest for me. Thank you kindly, Hunter.
Oh god, that quest sucks.
You gotta catch a fish.
The thing is, this fish has a very low spawn rate.
Oh, okay.
But to guarantee it showing up, you have to use golden fish bait.
Holy Mufa! Did you actually take down the Tetsukabra and no lasting concussions? I guess this means I can milk you for... I can provide you with even more quality supplies. Yeah, this woman is taking advantage of me, chat. This woman right here, fucking capitalist mind says, just being there, it's just like, oh, we can milk this man for all of his zennies. By one, we just got a batch of cleansers. This will wash off like snow right off of you. The stains will stay, though. We've also got a new assortment of bowgun ammo, arrow coatings, and lots more. Buy. Oh, you here to buy something? So we got new cleansers. Immediately remove any ice or webbing on your body. Clean as a whistle. Okay, so I can only get like 77 of them, so let's not waste too much monies on the stuff here. Ooh, organizer guide. Tells you how to maximize item/palico boxes. Item box storage capacity. Hell yeah. Oh, there you are, Deputy. I have some new reports for you to review. There, I've added the data to the monster list in your hunter's notes in the start menu. I trust you've been making extensive observational notes yourself. I'll have new reports for you soon. Nice, 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 nice. Oh, Hunter, perfect timing. I don't know how else to ask for help. Did you know that Mufa fur is one of the Burna's most important commodities? Our high-quality wool is famous throughout the region. It's one of our major exports, and not for nothing. But I digress. Again, the thing is, this year's wool harvest hasn't been too great. We've had enough to fulfill our export demands. A Burnanian never breaks a promise after all. But now we don't have enough left to knit our children little bonnets, footsies, blankets, and mittens. I forgot where I was going with this. Oh, right. Hunter, please help us. Can you help us out by shearing Mufa fur off wild Mufas on the deserted island? You can shear the fur off of fallen Mufas, but hacking at them with a sharp cutting weapon will get them to drop it too. Now hold still. I'll write this all in your request log so you don't forget. Cool. No, alright, so let's talk to this lady. Ooh, you totally took down that Tetsukabra. Now you can totally take on 3-star quests. I knew you could do it. You're really becoming a mover and shaker in the hunting world. Oh, that reminds me. You gotta get some paddock oil off that Tetsukabra, right? I bet you can make some sort of medicine out of that. Could put this village on the map. What do you mean it's not your thing? Think of all the people it'll attract. Fine. Well, if you can't hear an opportunity knocking, I can't blame you for being deaf on it. Anyway, here's all the questing action lined up for you today. Low rank, 3-star. Hell the fucking yeah. We've done Test Tantrum, we can do Deserted Island and the Marshal, so we've got new regions now. Stomping grounds for the young Cuckoo. Chasing, oh, hunting 2 great macaws. Fishy behavior. Hey, look at that. Crocodile fish.
That, if you're going to do that fish quest, it's recommended to get a certain palico to level 10. And that will be Sun Snug. Like, Sun Snug has a skill you can apply that will let him have unlimited golden fish bait.
Pack of lot prey hanging out in the marshlands. Cool. I need a... Yes. Hang on, let me head down into the Palico Ranch so you can explain this a little bit better as I look over the Palico, sorry. Oh, there's more thingamadoos. Hi, Hunter. It's my pleasure to announce you're now able to send out Meowster hunters on expeditions. Just head over to the hot air balloon and talk with D'Artagnan. D'Artagnan. Alrighty. Snowball is done. They've got new skill. Alright, so have a Palico teach other Palicos to support move a Palico's skill. Teach another Palico learn Palico skill. Support move. Have a Palico teach other Palico support move they have already learned. So wait, so what's up about Sun Snug? So they've got like the gathering thing and the support gauge. They got the Plunderang, the Camouflage, the Mini Barrel, a Herb, Detox Horn, a Vase of Vitality, Parting Gift, Shock Tripper, and Excavator.
quest and further yourself in pets, I may be able to find you strong ones here that will last on the hunt. You feel it's not one of the I find is a quitter. Have a look and you'll see. Alright, let's have a look. So we've got Yay, the level 2 with Mazume. Rival Pro. Missions. I like Jinx with the Revival Pro. I'm gonna grab you. Also, was there something I could do? Okay, I can just hire and rename. Alright, so not important. And then what can I do with you? Konnichiwa, Hunter! You came at the perfect time. Kampai! New special goods are available from the exchange for items part of the trader menu. Save up your white cannon to make trades. Speak, and Neko shall help you. Exchange for items, trade goods. Just open those, and then we got special goods. We can get aqua glows and armor spheres. An indispensable item used in decorations. I have been grabbing them, like, with no too much of a problem. R&R. Zenogre design. The Guild Gals and me. Dance, Cow. Guild, Academy Geniuses. Monclo. I'm guessing this is Uniqlo collab. I'm gonna say yes. Mega Man, Dengeki, Shonen Jump, Monster Hunter, and Fairy Tail, Yushio and Tora, Crows, Pedaling, Ace Attorney, Legend of Zelda, Super Mario, Pokemon, Wind Waker, Star Fox, Dengeki, another Shonen Jump, Baki, Hiro Mashima, no idea who that is, Square Enix, Yu-Gi-Oh! Baki, Worst, Case Closed, Salaryman. Oh, Drifters was cool. Kingdom, another Shonen Jump, Hiro Mashima for Fairy Tail, The Legend of Zelda, and another Ace Attorney. Wait, did the three... When did Breath of the Wild come out?
Breath of the Wild 2017.
And when did Generations Ultimate, like, stop having updates?
I don't know.
It's just wild to see. Alright, special permits, items, inbox, and items. So we've got the adamant seeds, some stones while we were at it, and some Dospicus. Quest to trade. Rounds. Let's do 4 rounds. Actually, how many rounds can I do in total? I can do 10 rounds. Alright, let's do 10 rounds with... Let's do... Let's do Ranger 2 for some adamant seeds. Alright, trading. Here we go. Villager requests. I cannot fulfill any requests. Alright. And then we look over to this guy here. If you're ready, you may have your permission to enlist the mighty Meowster Hunters. Therefore, it is my pleasure to show to you this place of which felines' dreams are made. Here, you can have your Palico join the Meowster Hunters. With that group, they can gather items that you can find useful. To use the prerequisite, simply select mission pay, dispatch. With these 4 steps, you can solve. You may wish to know how and where this dispatching is performed. As stated in the specialized, you must fire them from the hot air balloon cannon in the direction of your choice. Cool.
so let's have him... Okay, so apparently there's something rare in the desert. So I'm gonna send Jinx, Caligo, Snowball, and Ariel. And then it costs 50. So 2 gatherers and some Uzi. So start the expedition. 50 points. There we go. Oh, okay. We're gonna try and get to the... Ah, okay. So... Oh, damn you. Something rare was there before you return from the quest. Okay, so it's really cheap because there's a huge element of luck involved. Okay.
Yeah. You can't guarantee these.
Okay, nah, fine. Fine. Alright, I am gonna call the stream here because, you know, it's 12 o'clock and I have plans and what have you that I need to get to, I am sorry to say. So that is going to be it for me. Are you gonna keep playing Blue?
I am basically just doing whatever else I need to do.
Whatever else you need to do. Fair enough, fair enough. I'm gonna get a shower. I'm gonna get changed because I can't be in my pajamas. Ugh, there we go. I like being in pajamas for like streaming and such like that, but I can't do that for like, you know, just general, you know, wear and tear and all that kind of nonsense. So yeah, so I am gonna call the stream here, and we're gonna see who is online and who we can go and raid. It doesn't look like there's anyone that's immediately playing... Oh, there is someone that is playing Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. Someone named Rook Rules. Let's have a look. They're on a road to Hunter rank 999. Of fucking course they are. Let's see. Oh, they're fighting a Devil Joe right now. All right, let's go raid into Rook Rules, and we're just gonna go with... We're gonna go with the long message, Himbo Raid. Show us your cutest guys, gals, and non-binary pals, or prepare to get swole. If you're not subscribed, you're welcome to use whatever other kinds of emotes you want. I won't judge. Oh, hi there, Big DJ. We're just about finishing up, I'm sorry to say. So, like we're gonna be raiding into a, blah, blah, blah. We're gonna be raiding into Rook Rules, as they're one of the few people going through Generations Ultimate as well. And yeah, I will need to get my schedule sorted out for the next week because, you know, I've got more Gears of War that I need to go through and what have you. So I want to say thank you to everyone who came along to this morning's stream. We had like back-to-back streams, crazily enough, over the last 2 days. So I greatly appreciate all of you that came along to this morning one. Blue, thank you for helping me out in the Monster Huntering. I greatly appreciate it. I'll definitely need to put more time into the village quests and what have you. And for everyone else, I hopefully will see you for some Gears of War. Otherwise, I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.